Good morning.
Good morning to all.
Morning, sir.
Good
Morning.
evening.
Good morning. Good morning. Good evening, sir.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, sir. Yeah, it's dark for me here, so bear with me.
So I think your microphone is on mute, sir.
I think Kumar is having some problem getting in. I think he should get in.
Okay, sir.
Good morning, Dr. Malgan.
Oh, good morning, sir. I was still hiding.
Good morning, Dr. Malgan.
Good afternoon. Good evening.
Yeah, that's right. In India, it's good evening.
Dr. Mulgan, can you please set the camera? We only can see a portion of it. Yes, great. Thank you.
Okay, got it.
Dr. Sammy, if you could also put your camera a little higher than where it is now.
I think, Shami, your camera, you should a little bit forward, like,
Push your laptop towards you. I mean, the screen.
Screen thing.
You will give me a cue when to begin, I think.
Good morning, Dr. Kumar.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Okay.
It's okay, right?
Yeah, you're okay. Your tie is nice. Good morning.
Okay, that's good.
I'm not sure because we didn't talk about dress code. I'm wearing my whatever pajama and my suit.
Yeah.
No one knows the bottom, yes.
Yeah, so nobody's interested in what I wear down.
I think
I have virtual background, but I don't think I have any.
So we all will be in mute, but videos on. Only the speaker mic will be on when he or she is speaking.
okay, I think we have confirmation from everyone. So all are online. So things should be moving smoothly. I think there should not be any issues. Couple of them will be doing extempore, so that's fine. So we are all set. Can we go live? We have got 5-6 minutes more. 6 o'clock we go live actually.
Right.
Speakers also will be coming in this same platform, right, Anita?
Yes, Doctor.
My computer is crying a bit because I have been using it too much. It's, the fan is not working. I believe the message came error. So I will try to be on the computer till I can. Otherwise, I'll shift to the iPad after some time. Let's just see.
Sir, the link you sent via WhatsApp, it's not working. COVID-19 HTML.
The one that it says jssrf.org vc-covid 19.html.
Yeah,
Is
it's
that
not.
what you're saying?
Yeah.
It works, Dr. Kumurthy.
Is that?
I just put it in another thing.
Yeah, for me it's not working.
HTTP, I had to use the security one, not the regular one, HTTPS.
Oh, I have to
Good morning, Ron. How are you?
Good morning, Suresh. It's good to see you.
Yeah, nice to see you. You seem to be in a nice background. Is it a virtual one or real one?
No, this is real. I'm actually outside. It's
Okay, good.
morning. I'm at a cabin in the woods, so it's
Okay.
yeah. It's
Thank you for taking time.
Yeah, good morning.
I'm really pleased to join, and really congratulations on being able to put together such a special webinar.
Thank you, Ron. Thank you. So, Anita, we can go whenever you are comfortable. We can join.
Sure, Doctor.
Good evening to all of you. Good evening, sir. Good evening, Dr. Suresh. Good evening, Mr. Badri.
Good evening, Dr. Surendra Singh, our Vice Chancellor has joined. I think
Good
Ron
evening.
Badri. Yeah.
Good evening, Dr. Krishna Kumar and Mr. Badri and Vishwakant.
Good evening.
Good evening,
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Subhash.
Maybe you should tilt your laptop towards you, that screen. So.
Yeah, I'll just push it forward. Is it okay, sir, now?
Yeah, now it's fine.
Looks better.
Yeah.
It's good.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to one and all from all over the world. By offering my humble pranams to the lotus feet of His Holiness, Jagat Guru Dr. Sri Shivratri Rajendra Mahaswamiji, and seeking the blessing of His Holiness, Jagadguru Sri Shivratri Deshikendra Mahaswamiji, myself, Anita Niranjan, welcome all of you to this first virtual conference of the JSS Research Foundation. The subject of this conference is probably the most relevant and sought after theme, COVID-19 vaccine, a global perspective. It is only natural that the world is keen to hear more and more about the progress that is happening in this global effort for the research of a vaccine. JSS Research Foundation USA, for their inaugural feat, it is very timely and appropriate to bring aboard global leaders involved in vaccine development and regulations to enlighten us on the current status and give us a ray of hope and strength to tide over this dreadful challenge and rise again. JSS Research Foundation USA is a not-for-profit organization established in 2014 with the objective of being a global platform for human development through dedicated efforts in combining science, technology, innovation, and research, STIR. Jssrf aims to be a global organization with the sole purpose of bridging gaps between economies, disseminating information in the field of science and technology through international collaborations and mutually beneficial partnerships with universities, research organizations, industries, and institutions around the world for innovation and incubation of ideas. With this brief, I now invite Dr. Suresh Bojraj, Director, JSSRF, to formally welcome and give us an introduction to JSS Research Foundation. Professor Suresh Bojraj, Pro-Chancellor, JSS University, for the past 30 years has been actively involved in uplifting the standards of pharmacy education and profession in India. He was elected in 2003 as the President of Pharmacy Council of India, the statutory body regulating the pharmacy education and profession in India. He was once again re-elected as the President of Pharmacy Council of India in August 2008 and August 2013, and as a unique honor being elected thrice in the leadership position, which is responsible for setting of standards for pharmaceutical substances and formulations. Dr. Suresh is also the delegate member of the United States Pharmacopoeia Convention, also the member of the Council of Convention of the USP. He has been invited to be a member of ACP International Services Program Advisory Group USA and is the executive member of CPA. He was also the past president of the Asian Association of Schools of Pharmacy and chairman of the education section of the Federation of Asian Pharmaceutical Association. He had pioneered the cause of promoting pharmacy practice concept in India and has the unique honor of having introduced postgraduate program in pharmacy practice and PharmD programs in India and continues to strive to uplift this facet of pharmacy profession by closely working with global leaders. Dr. Suresh, over to you.
Thank you, Anita. I submit my respectful pronouns to the lotus feet of His Holiness Swamiji, who is the inspiration behind all our activities and also the patron of JSS Research Foundation. Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon for the different delegates from different parts of the world. So warm welcome to you all on behalf of JSS Research Foundation and all the JSS institution and the JSS fraternity this evening. We are indeed greatly honored to have an array of speakers who will be speaking to you about the challenges that are being faced by the world in this COVID pandemic and perhaps the solution which everyone is looking at is to find a cure through vaccine. we felt that this is the right thing to be discussed while launching the platform for the JSS Research Foundation through its rebranded website, as well as initiating different types of activities which we would like to go through. The inspiration behind all these activities is, of course, our Swamiji and our directors who are the support and guidance for moving forward, plus number of well-wishers across the world, including Dr. Ron Prevenzi, who has been encouraging and motivating us in various initiatives at JSS. This is one such initiative which we are moving forward. With this, I'll just quickly run through you the presentation, and before that, I extend a warm welcome to all the speakers and thank them, and extend a warm welcome to all our viewers who have joined in this. I am proud to say we have got more than 1,000 registrations taken place from almost about 20 countries. They are participating at different time zones. I think it's an amazing experience for us also. Why JSS Research Foundation? We felt that JSS Research Foundation was a need of the hour, particularly keeping in mind the various initiatives happening globally, and it was only appropriate that the JSS initiatives in India be reflected in other parts of the world, and it was felt that it is good to have a presence in the United States with different types of roles that we can play. So JSS Research Foundation USA is a 501c3 not-for-profit organization, being a global platform for human development, and our focus would limit to science, technology, and innovation and research. So though the effort which a foundation can do can be very big and diverse, we thought to begin with we should have a focused effort, and we are having this. Now, JSS Foundation has the unique support of all the JSS institutions in India, including its large number of alumni and well-wishers across the world. I think this is the greatest support we have. Next, please. The vision is to bridge the gap between economies, disseminate information in the field of science and technology, and also to partner with universities, research organizations, industries, and institutions around the world, and try to see how together we can take this world for a better tomorrow. That is the whole objective of the vision which we are having. And supporting this vision is our mission through education, research, outreach from JSS and other similarly placed organizations. We would like to foster research in initially to start with drugs, vaccines, and healthcare technology, which is the forte of many of our directors on the board. But it will not limit to that, but we will be going further into technology area, life sciences, and many other areas which will relate to the development of the world as a whole, for particularly to see that how we can make it a better place. Next, please.
Doctor, I think there's a second device with you. There's a little bit of screeching in the audio. Could you please mute that?
Yeah, I think I'll have to go through this for a moment and then shift further.
Oh, sure.
The legacy which the JSS has is relating to the 300 institutions which it has, 70 years of history, and 20,000 staff, more than 100,000 beneficiaries across the global presence. I think this is something which is very, very great legacy which we have, and which we can share to the world, which we are presently having. And inspiration behind all this is His Holiness Swamiji, the 24th spiritual head of Sri Sattur Mutt, and the president of JSS Mahavidyapita. JSS Research Foundation will have the support of all JSS institutions, as I told you before. Next slide. Next, please. Yeah, this is just to give you a picture how vast the JSS initiatives are, and we can really have a picture of that. And these are our esteemed directors who are all there with us, who are presently giving us the guidance. We have from different backgrounds. We have directors from FDA, we have directors from university, we have directors from pharmaceutical industry, from pharmacy practice, and scientists from life sciences and agri sciences all are part of our directors of this board. And I think this is a unique combination, and we will be having an expanding directors board which will be there, which will bring in other fortes also. Next slide, please. Next, please. Yeah. So the objective of this foundation would be to connect, collaborate, and contribute. It's as simple as that. So this is how we are going to work. And by connecting, collaborating, and contributing, we would be looking at supporting and together working with all other organizations and make a better world and leverage all the resources that are there, particularly in support of emerging areas of sciences. Next slide. And our initiatives would vary between student support and development, continuing education and professional development. These will be our initiatives which we'll be working on. Next, please. We were taking up different projects that may be required for the advancement of science as may be required. We would be keen and looking forward of publication books or journals and also other such resources that may be valuable for various people and posterity. And we would support students also to have experiential immersions, volunteering opportunities, both in India as well as globally. We would work, collaborate, and we would like to engage faculty also in a similar role. Next slide, please. And as this logo is designed, is to bring the idea of that richness of our history, which we have, and also to bring the eternal quest for truth and salvation. So this is something is what is the symbol, the logo is symbolizing. So I would not take more time on that, but even the logo brings out what we are aiming to bring in the next. Next, please. And shortly we'll be launching our website, and I'm sure you all will have an opportunity to go to our website and look more at the information. And we welcome information, and we welcome our people to join as members at our foundation and try to support in all our initiatives. Next slide. And thank you very much. I think we all will have a great beginning, and together we will go for making a better world. Thank you very much. Over to you, Anita.
Thank you, Doctor. May I please now request you to, have our His Holiness Swamiji inaugurate our website, and also if you could give us a little bit brief about him, and also his thoughts and words for us. Over to you, Dr. Suresh.
Yeah, His Holiness Swamiji would be joining us shortly. But I would like to extend
Dr. Suresh, are you able to come? Dr. Suresh, we have lost you. Are you back?
Probably his computer kind of gave up. I think he's going to log in his.
Yeah, yeah, you can go ahead. I'm there.
Yeah. Okay.
Dr. Suresh, over to you.
Yeah, Anita, I would like to at the outset convey the blessings of His Holiness Swamiji for the launch of the website, and let us launch the website. And also we would be followed by that, have a pre-recorded message from His Holiness Swamiji. As I told to you, His Holiness Swamiji is the inspiration to all of us, and with his guidance and his more than 30-35 years of dedicated effort, today JSS institutions have excelled and achieved great achievements. With this introduction, I would like to request Anita to please run the launch of the website, please.
अखण्डमण्डलाकारं व्याप्तं येन चराचरं तत्पदं दर्शितं येन तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः. Dr. Ran Parvenzi, Dr. Krishna Yella, Dr. Ishwara Reddy, Dr. Job Minema, Dr. Suresh Jadhav, Dr. B. Suresh, Dr. Surinder Singh, directors, speakers, alumni, delegates. For the last 100 years, the world has changed tremendously. The world literacy rate in 1917 was only 23%, and today it is 86.1%. The travel time in 1917 was 5 days to get from London to New York and 3 months to travel from London to Australia. And today, a non-stop flight gets you from London to New York in a little over 8 hours. And you can fly from London to Australia in about a day with just one stop. Similarly, inventions and technology have amazingly changed the way one lives today. In 1917, the major tech was the toggle light switch. Today's major tech invention of CRISPR, Cas9, gene editing technology, which enables us to reprogram life as we know it, and also won the Nobel Prize this year. The world continues to make strides in artificial intelligence, robotics, sensors, networks, synthetic biology, material science, space exploration, and more every day. It is seen also over the last century or so, machines have replaced workers in many tasks. On balance, however, technology has created more jobs than it has displaced. Technological progress has transformed living standards. Like expectancy has gone up. The life expectancy for a male born in 1915 was just 47, compared with 71 today. Basic health care and education are widespread, and most of the people have seen their incomes rise. In spite of all these advances, when one is riding the crest of success and innovation at each step taken, the world was brought to its knees by a single virus called COVID-19, and the life appeared to come to a standstill if not changed. While there is lots of pessimism associated with this challenge, it is also proven in science, and also the history is testimony to it. every once in a century or so, the world is driven to a direction where it is expected to realign its path and save the world and humanity from progressing towards disastrous situations. It's time like this the whole world unites and works for a single cause, its survival. The COVID-19 pandemics made this happen yet again. The leaders, scientists, health workers, and the humanity as a whole strive to save life from distraught and misery. Even though precious lives were lost, resources were depleted, travel became restricted, the way one lives changed, and the dents in the healthcare infrastructure became visible, but the hope on science to help all out from this situation was unfazed. The science was pushed to its limits, technology was driven to its maximum, and the men and women with great valor were asked to rise to the occasion, and today the world perhaps on the verge of conquering yet another challenge to the humanity. The vaccine for the COVID pandemic was and is considered the major solution for the humanity to move forward. Several nations made independent and collective efforts, collaborations were forged, and resources pooled, and today all are waiting for the vaccine in the year 2021, which is just around the corner, and the humanity though will climb success but will be humbled by the lessons learned. Today a few of such great men have assembled here to share how they struggled, supported, inspired, influenced, and were involved in making the availability of the vaccine a reality. While thanking them for their selfless dedication and risks they took, one also eagerly looks forward to listening to them with hope and faith in their hearts. The pandemic will pass, the world will go back to normalcy. Maybe new normal, as few people say, lessons learned the different way, but being wiser persons, the world will strive to not let the humanity face similar challenge again. The JSS legacy over 1,000 years of its presence has been involved in being a part of the change and development in the society. Jagadguru Sri Shivarati Rajendra Mahaswamiji, the founder of JSS Mahavidyapita, dreamt of an egalitarian society where the privileges must be equally available, all including
Is the presentation kind of stopped in between?
The presentation stopped.
Anita?
Yes, doctor. We are just checking.
We have His Holiness Swamiji who has joined us, and we thank him for being with us this evening and blessing us on this occasion. I'll be requesting His Holiness Swamiji to put on the video and Yeah. We have the pleasure of having His Holiness Swamiji with us. Respected Swamiji, our pranams to you. Thank you for joining us in spite of your busy schedule. And you have traveled elsewhere and come. With your blessings, we have launched the website also. Thank you for the blessings and the recorded message which you had sent in. We'd appreciate a few words of blessings from you, Your Holiness. ಹಂಗೆ ಒಂದೆರಡು ಮಾತು ಹೇಳಿ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಸಾಕು.
ಪುನಃ ರಿಪೀಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದು.
ಕೊನೆದು ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಗಿತು ಗೊತ್ತನ್ನಕಲ್ಲ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಟರ್ ಮುಂದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಡಿ ಸ್ಪೀಚ್ ಹಾಕಿ ಮುಂದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಪ್ಪ. ಇನ್ನು ಮುಂದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಬೇಕಪ್ಪ. ಸ್ಕ್ರಿಪ್ಟ್ ಇಲ್ವಪ್ಪ.
Thank you, Swamiji. Sorry, I think I had a challenge. So Swamiji has conveyed his blessings and best wishes to all of us. I think the internet has created some problem in connectivity. So whatever we may want to do, the technology seems to have its upper hand and try to show us it is going to control us in the future also. So with this, he has conveyed his message to us that we move on with the program. And he said he'll be eagerly looking to listen to all of us and see what thoughts we are going to share. Now I request Anita to let's go on with the program, please.
Thank you, Dr. Suresh. Thank you, Swamiji. Pranams once again. We continue with our program. We have our speaker, our keynote speaker, Dr. Ronald Pervincenzi. Dr. Ronald has served as Chief Executive Officer of United States Pharmacopoeia since February 2014. Dr. Pervincenzi provides strategic leadership to USP's global staff of over 1,400 across sites in Rockwell, USA, Brazil, China, Ghana, and India. His transformative vision has launched key USP initiatives in bringing quality across the healthcare spectrum, upholding USP's reputation as a quality leader since its founding in 1820. Under his leadership, USP has modernized its operations and launched innovative new science, including in the areas of digital medicine, cutting-edge manufacturing technologies, and advanced biologics. Dr. Ronald, over to you.
It is my pleasure to join you here today. Thank you very much, Anita, for the introduction. And special thanks to Dr. Jssrf, who has been a partner of USP's and a dear colleague of mine for many years. It is really our pleasure, the staff and leadership of USP, to support JSF broadly, especially the Research Foundation. Very excited for what it can do in linking cultures and peoples across the world on a quite noble mission. And I look forward to many years of collaboration going forward. Special thanks also to the directors for organizing this important event. Indeed, we are reliant on technology in new ways, and we persevere. If nothing else, we keep moving forward. So again, it's truly an honor to be with you here today. I'm going to share a few remarks broadly about vaccines, including trust, distribution, elements of quality, but really I wanted to give a kind of a high level view from the perspective of the United States Pharmacopoeia, and then I'll be followed by my colleague, Dr. Jaap Venema, our USP's Chief Science Officer, to share more specifics about our work in the area of vaccine quality and ultimately access to quality vaccines. So to start back, in the vaccine development, what we're experiencing in the world is truly unique. Never have you seen the billions of the people all around the world watch so closely the development of medicines and vaccines to be delivered to quite literally the entire world's population. It's truly, truly extraordinary. And it's pushing us in the scientific community into places that are both exciting, but also quite scary and quite challenging. The unified goal of vaccine discovery and delivery around the world is going to take so many partners across hundreds of countries, thousands of jurisdictions, and billions of people. It also is a challenge to the healthcare practitioners who will be at the front line working with patients to deliver our vaccines and, in many cases, unfortunately, also therapeutics. There are many logistical challenges to vaccine storage administration, even once safe and effective vaccines are able to be produced in quantity. And then finally, and deeply unfortunately, we have around us trust issues all around the world. Trust issues were the theme of USP's 200th anniversary this year that we celebrated right at the beginning of the pandemic in our virtual convention meeting. We studied and showed the degradation of trust, that trust is down across the board including in healthcare. And the effect of lower trust is quite catastrophic. And it worries many of us as we look forward to vaccine distribution, where up to 40 to 50% of the world's population is hesitant or even saying they will avoid taking a COVID vaccine. This is something we all have to rally around in the scientific and healthcare community to work as hard as we can. It will be difficult to overcome, but trusted institutions, especially those in academia, in areas like pharmacy, are the most credible voices to help improve the expectations of trust and to bring about the possibility of true improving of health over the next couple of years. Finally, also depending on trust, but with the potential to further erode trust, is the equitable distribution of quality vaccines around the world. There will be multiple vaccines. They will not all be equally effective. There could be challenges or problems in manufacturing and distribution affecting quality and, in the end, effectiveness. These challenges will be amplified by the amount of coverage that these medicines and vaccines are getting and can further potentially erode trust if we don't handle them well right from the beginning. There are good signs. There are international organizations coming together to help address these problems together and to not allow some of those issues to arise in the first place. However, with billions of people around the world to receive medicines that require cold chain, it is not a trivial task. Now, allow me a moment to speak a little bit about USP's path, and USP's, I would say, approach in the pandemic as an organization and as a public health entity. So first, like many in the early part of 2020, USP had to think about the safety of our staff and volunteers. USP's 1,400 staff are located in now about 13 different countries. Our biggest locations for our staff are in the US and Hyderabad, where we have over 200 staff now today. Unfortunately, both India and the US, where the vast majority of USP staff are located, have had some of the highest rates of the COVID virus. What does that mean? It meant we had to do some extraordinary activities, very similar to pharmaceutical companies around the world, to both maintain our critical operations in manufacturing and supply, in our case, for physical reference standards, while also making sure that we protect the safety of those staff and those staff who do not need to be on site, to be working remotely. Suffice it to say, it's an ongoing challenge. The second was the continued operations and distribution of our standards. The worst possible circumstance in a global pandemic, causing and creating drug supply issues, huge demand surges for certain medications related to the treatment of the disease itself. The last thing one would need is for trusted organizations and regulatory authorities and pharmacopoeias like the USP to not be able to do our job to ensure quality of those medications. And so we made it a critical priority that there is no excuse for a disruption of our operations. We accepted zero disruption. That was very challenging in the first 2 months. It has become somewhat more manageable in the recent times, but we're proud to say that we've been able to maintain our access to our online and our physical products to make sure that the medicine supply can keep moving at least or near pre-pandemic levels. And then finally, and most importantly, what we at USP call our public health mission. We have a mission around the supply of quality medicines, the access to quality medicines around the world. And within that mission, we tackled the COVID pandemic in a few ways. I'll mention two here today, just at the highest level, and I know Jaap will discuss in more detail one of these. So the first was we took a special effort to talk about the global supply of medicines. The disruptions of the pandemic were both logistical as well as supply oriented. There were medicines in short supply and shortage due to surges in demand, like remdesivir and dexamethasone for treatment of the COVID symptoms. But also, there were disruptions due to logistical challenges, grounding of commercial flights that carried much of the world's pharmaceutical supply, rerouting, and protectionism. And the protectionism, or the hoarding of medicines, perhaps was the most dangerous. Fortunately, cooler heads prevailed, and those actions were only taken in very rare circumstances. In the end, the overall supply chain was able to come through the first part of the pandemic with some but limited significant problems. However, it highlighted how close we came to having big issues. So USP began this year work in what we call the supply chain, or in the ensuring of the resiliency of a supply chain, by creating tools and data sets, investing millions of dollars over the past 9 months to create a set of assets that we're going to be able to provide to purchasers and providers of medicines around the world to analyze and to better prepare for the risks of shock, be it from weather events, trade disputes, certainly things like pandemics, and to be more resilient in supply and make better choices in their purchasing and in their prescribing behaviors. The second leg of our public health mission related to the COVID pandemic was specific to vaccines, therapeutics, and related supply. In the earliest days, it was the simplest things like hand sanitizers that were in short supply, personal protective equipment, PPE, where USP standards were able to come in and help in a matter of a couple of days to create more flexible solutions, to have hand sanitizer available, and even more importantly, the rationing and the use of personal protective equipment in pharmaceutical compounding and manufacturing, where having a slowdown in the ability to produce and deliver medicines was completely unacceptable. The second leg of our public health mission was the COVID therapeutics, and the third, vaccines. And the last thing I'll say here is that the USP's mission to bring standards and the understanding and the capabilities to be able to use those standards is critical both for the production of new medicines upstream in pharmaceutical R&D as a set of tools and clarity that means that the manufacturer and the regulator approving those medicines has a common understanding of what's expected, that understanding is in place and can facilitate and speed the production of medicines and vaccines. We have done studies, analytical studies, to show that new medicines, generic or otherwise, come to market more quickly and in higher numbers with the availability of robust public standards than when there's a lack of those standards. So we made sure during the whole pandemic that every therapeutic linked to the treatment of the COVID pandemic would be available with a standard. They would be freely available to all participants, and revised as needed as needs changed. The last piece on vaccines is essentially our support to vaccines on the front end, the production of those vaccines. I would say the middle, in the mass production, including the sourcing, where we'll have multiple sourcing for these vaccines as they're needed around the world. And third, the delivery to the end. I will leave the details there to be shared by Dr. Jaap Venema, my colleague, who will be one of our very next speakers. I'd like to close by just saying one more thank you to Dr. Jssrf for his support to USP through his leadership over many, many years. He's had formal roles in leadership of our Council of the Convention, which is the highest level leadership group of our members from around the world. But he has also contributed to our work and our team in India, our 200 staff who are now a full global site for USP, equal in their work, sharing in the burden and in the excitement of our science and creating our standards, and fully a part of our global USP family. So thank you so much, Dr. Jssrf, for your support of USP globally, but also your support of USP becoming firmly entrenched as our second global site in the world. Our 2 global sites just outside Washington, DC, and of course, in Knowledge Park outside Hyderabad. So thank you very much for this chance to speak, and I look forward to watching the presentations this evening, I should say. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ronald. Thank you so much. And I wish leadership like yours and Dr. Suresh continue, and we continue to collaborate for the best of all of us. Thank you so much once again. And it's really early morning, and we really appreciate your time to be here with us today. We continue with our second presentation. May I now request our director, Dr. Krishna Kumar, to introduce our next speaker. Dr. Krishna Kumar, over to you.
Good morning, good evening. It's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Jaap Venema, PhD. He's the Executive Vice President and Chief Science Officer for USP. He leads the organization's scientific strategy and development of quality standards for medicines, dietary supplements, food ingredients, healthcare practice. Dr. Vinima oversees implementation of the USP Science Quality Framework, which mainly develops standards development, pharmaceutical science to increase public trust in medicines. He guides exploration of emerging technologies that may inform future quality standards, serves as chair of USP's Council of Experts, which looks after many committees, and oversees collaborations with other pharmacopoeial and scientific groups. With more than 25 years of experience in global research and development, as well as academic research, Dr. Vinima previously served in scientific leadership roles at Solvay, AbbVie, which is Abbott Laboratories, a native of the Netherlands. He completed his master's degree in chemistry from the Free University of Amsterdam and a PhD in biochemistry and molecular biology from Leiden University in the Netherlands. I now welcome Dr. Vinima to give his address. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Krishma Kunar, and thank you very much for the organizers for the JSS Research Foundation for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here, and I'm honored to speak to you at this important event this evening. And I would also like to extend my personal thanks to Dr. Suresh for his support to USP over the years, both in the governance and the science, and also as support for our site in Hyderabad that I had the pleasure to visit multiple times. So it's my pleasure to share with you this morning, or this evening, I should say, a little bit more detail about how USP supports and has organized our response to this terrible pandemic. And thank you. So the topic of today, before going into what we are doing specifically on COVID-19 and our response and the vaccine, I thought it would be useful to give a little bit of a background of who we are and to put that into perspective. And I think Ron, as usual, has done a terrific job outlining our mission and our role in the world and our global perspective. And I'd like to follow up with a few more details. So if you can go to the next slide, please. So this is our enduring mission, and this picture on the right you see is actually from the old U.S. Senate chamber here in Washington, D.C. And I put it up there for a reason. So our enduring mission for the 200 years has been to improve global health through public standards and related programs that help ensure the quality, safety, and benefit of medicines, supplements, foods, and healthcare in general. 200 years ago, the US was a small country and a young country. And then 11 physicians had the vision that it was unacceptable for the general public not to be able to rely on quality medicine. The US at that time was basically a dumping ground for cheap medicine from Europe, and there was no way to guarantee quality, whether you would go to a different pharmacy, a different county, a different city. That should be very familiar to us all. And what was the case for counties and cities and pharmacies back then is now true globally. But our mission hasn't changed. So on the next slide, you will see that USP has changed quite a bit since our founding 200 years ago. As Ron mentioned in his introductory remark, we have a truly global staff, and we have scientific and laboratory operations in 2 major areas in Maryland, in the US, as well as in Hyderabad. We also have locations in other parts of the world that connect ourselves to our stakeholders and the users of our standards and our other programs and services that I'll mention later on. And we're very proud to provide that global perspective because, as we know, medicine quality and today's global health problems are truly global. We are powered by the best minds in the world when it comes to quality, and analytics. We have scientific staff. We are further powered by a large number of what we call expert volunteers. They are from all walks of life: industry, healthcare providers, regulatory agencies, consultants, academia, various organizations that power and that our expert committees. And they are the ones that still develop and ultimately also decide on our standards. And you will see the numbers here. We just started a new cycle with 29 new activities that really cover the breadth of what we do. And one of them is, or several of them are directly related to the work that I'll be describing. So on the next slide, you will see are an organization of organizations. So I just mentioned the expert volunteers. They come to USP with their scientific mind, leave their day job behind, and truly help us independently and create the best standards and the best science that we put out there. We are a convention, and when it comes to playing roles globally and advocating for right solutions, advocating for sound policies, we are very fortunate to be powered by many organizations, and you can see the global reach of those convention members, including that will reach policymakers, government officials, regulatory agencies, industry leaders, healthcare professionals, leaders, to truly be part of that discussion that is necessary to improve. So on the next slide, thank you. You will see where we are. So I've painted a picture of being a global organization, and we are also truly global when it comes to our presence. So we have heavily invested in our data capabilities. So we have many more insights into where our standards go, how they are being used. Ron mentioned one example of that we are aware that the presence of standards for USP for certain generics greatly improves their availability and the competition for these products. So this is a very high level snapshot of where our products are being used. And this primarily represents the manufacturing. This does not necessarily represent where for which our standards are being used are sold. But you can see hotspots in the United States and several other countries, including India, but also Russia, Brazil, and Canada, where you see a large concentration of the use of our standards because manufacturing of pharmaceutical drugs is often concentrated there. So this is very important insight for us, also related to what Ron mentioned about our insights into where do the standards go, how do they support the supply of high quality medicines, and we're proud that this is a truly global picture. So on the next slide, thank you. This is a 20,000 foot picture of our standards. We have over 9,000 standards that really cover our quality benchmarks across the entire supply chain. And on the right, you can see a little bit of where they apply, and they truly apply from the very beginning, from the suppliers of, for example, raw materials or very early ingredients, to the manufacturers of generic medicines, of innovative medicines, of biologics, dietary supplements, food ingredients, and also, very importantly, not only during the life cycle where the products are manufactured, but also during the part of the life cycle where they leave the factory and take steps to ultimately end up in the hands of patients and consumers. And of course, I mentioned the patients and consumers deliberately because ultimately, while we work with many stakeholders in industry, regulatory, health policy, healthcare, ultimately our stakeholders are always the patients and the consumer. That's ultimately who we do it for, and those are the ones that we want to benefit from quality and access to quality products, no matter where people live or where they are or where they travel. So that last piece, the distribution, the administration, the access, the pieces that are much closer to the patient or the consumer are also very important to us. And I'll come back to that, why that matters also in the context of the COVID-19 vaccines. You will see on the left side an overview of what we have in terms of standards. We have a set of very broadly applicable standards. We have sets for very specific products, including the documentary standard, which essentially describes a recipe of tests that are necessary to ensure quality, as well as the physical standards that help calibrate and perform those analytical tests. So I hope with this, I've given you a little bit of an overview of who we are and what we aim and what our mission in the world is. And now I'd like to zoom in a little bit more to the topic COVID-19. So on the next slide. This is how we approach in general our mission. I think Ron mentioned this also. How do we apply that? And many of you, or several of you, will perhaps USP primarily from the standards we create, and that's of course a very important piece of our program and what we do. What we realize, though, and what's always been true, is, in the best way I paraphrase it, how I often do, just writing the standard has never been enough for USP. Our truth comes when we apply our science into creating the best standards, but we also advocate for sound health policy, for how these standards, why they should matter and why they should be used to ensure quality during the supply chain, the entire supply chain of drugs. It's also important to help our stakeholders to be trained on how to use the standards, and overall how to ensure a culture of quality and how to make sure that processes are operational in such a way that quality is guaranteed along the manufacturing process or the. So what that truly means is that you combine a standards advocacy and capability building in order to truly have impact on, and that's what this angle, as we like to refer to it, really exemplifies. But I believe it's a very powerful model for us to think about what we want to achieve. So in standards, we want to be a source of standards for the in advocacy to be a global institutional leader, advancing the supply of quality medicines, and in capability building to be a leading provider of services that advance the supply of quality medicines to improve the health and well-being of patients. As I mentioned, those are ultimately that matter most. So at the time, I'm going to skip a few slides. I'll just mention, if you go to one of the next slides, I'll just point to the fact that we have a couple of slides that go into more on what we mean by the different ambitions or impact ambitions, as we mentioned. So we have more comes to what do we want to achieve in standards, what do we want to achieve in advocacy, what do we want to achieve in capability building. For the sake of the time, I will go over this very quickly and move on to COVID-19. First and foremost, the main message of this slide is quality and science, analytical, manufacturing technology is all evolving. It has been evolving forever, and it seems to be going ever quicker with new technology coming online, manufacturing, and it's our job, it's very to remain relevant to understand in paradigms and to ensure that our standards are up to date and remain up to date when it comes to incorporating this new technology. That's the key message of this slide. On the next slide, you will see about the advocating for the supply of quality medicines worldwide, as I mentioned. Ron has introduced this topic to you earlier when it comes to the resilience and the transparency into the supply chain. And of course, the last 7-8 months has shown us where the gaps are and where the risks are, and how that means, what that means to quality in the hands of patients and consumers when it comes to their product. So that's an important focus area for us in order to continue to raise awareness for this important issue, but not only awareness, also to be a part of the solution. And I specifically mean part because this is something, like almost everything we do, that we cannot and will not go on alone. Partnerships are very important to us as a convener, as an organization of organizations. It comes natural to us to seek out partnerships that help us and where we can support these important objectives when it comes to, for example, supply chain of quality medicines. And then on the last slide, when it comes to our impact strategy, on the next slide, thank you. Again, coming back, coming back to helping build capabilities. It's something that we do naturally. Sorry, can you go back to the next slide? Thank you. I did see a question to come back to the cold chain requirements for COVID-19, and I will come back to that later when I have a slide on that one, if that's okay. So we have trained in over 34 countries when it comes to global regulators, government officials, to train them, acquire skills in drug safety, in knowledge and tools to enable and build robust local health systems to ensure high quality products on the local market. We've also worked with trained over 4,000 people in those countries, largely people at the front end of drug safety and quality to help build the capabilities. And again, that is based on what we do naturally. It's based on our foundation of science, its standards and other tools. And it's an important one, as well as to educate the users of our standards, whether in industry or healthcare. And we continue this important work in order to make the highest possible impact when it comes to our science that we are developing. So on the next slide, I will go in more detail into COVID-19. And of course, this is only a very high level introduction. The pandemic with COVID-19 and the SARS-CoV-2 virus is one of the most significant public health challenges in over a century. And of course, USP needs to be part of that. It's a tragedy, and and very bad things are happening in the world, and it's unprecedented when it comes to the impact of this virus into economies, into health, people's lives globally. And it's also unprecedented how the scientific and the medical world and many others have responded in order to find cures or treatments or vaccines for this disease. And it really has revolutionized not only the technology, as we now see a number of vaccines that are being developed that are based on platforms that have not prior been used to bring human vaccines to the market. But also in terms of how countries and how people and how scientists work together in order to bring to us the best possible solutions. And USP has been part of that, and we want to continue to be a part of that for obvious reasons, because it fits fairly into our mission impact, and it's the right thing to do. So on the next slide. Thank you. This goes a little bit into detail about what Ron mentioned in the beginning about how we have formulated and organized our response. So naturally, a place to start for us is to look at our standards. And as Ron mentioned, the first thing we wanted to do was make sure that those standards that matter most, that are the highest priority for COVID-19, are available. The worst thing that could happen is at the time that the world needs quality medicines, that we would be in short supply, or we would fail in our duty to make available those tools and solutions that are required. And of course, that requires a very agile and adaptable approach. In the beginning of COVID-19 and still going on, we didn't have anything. We didn't know how to treat, or at least how to ameliorate some of the symptoms of this disease. And with ongoing insights into from the medical and also from the clinical community, we saw a couple of instances of drugs that were perhaps repurposed. For example, dexamethasone, and there are many others that I won't mention today, that are important. And what we saw was the moment that these medicines became important, we started seeing signals that the production or the demand for our standards in this area was going up. And of course, we needed to make sure that we had enough, that we provided everything necessary to support that, and we did. And we are very proud of keeping that operational. We made those documentary standards that are most relevant to COVID-19 therapeutics. We made them freely available on websites. So we made packages for users, manufacturers to put together to make it easier in terms of access and how that helped. And the same applied to our technical expertise to support new therapies as well as new vaccines. And I'll come back to that. Second group, coming back to our capability building in our we are supporting regulators around the world. I mentioned there's very little we do on our own. Almost everything we do is in collaboration. And of course, international regulators and the US FDA are very important partners for us. And we are doing a lot when it comes to sharing insights, but also making sure that we're doing supporting the right things. And first and foremost, healthcare workers. In the beginning, with the onset and still going on, is providing resources for manufacturing of personal and protective equipment, providing guidances, operational guidances, but also guidances and resources for quality manufacturing of hand sanitizers. And that's something we did in very close collaboration with many stakeholders, pharmacy, regulatory agencies, nationally and domestically. That also taught us a lesson, is that when you think of creating and developing standards, you typically think perhaps of timelines that are too long for being able to respond to the emergent crisis that we have seen in the COVID-19. And what we've seen and what we realized we were always able to do is to convene our experts quickly and to convene our scientists internally very quickly and turn around very important guidances within a matter of 24 to 48 hours. That is not an official standard per se. The formal process takes longer, and we may very well end up later on incorporating some of those insights into a revised standards. But what it is a very important scientific document that documents the facts and the ways that people can use them. And that's one way where we could more flexibly and certainly more quickly provide the world with very important information. And that lesson learned is something that we want to keep doing for the future. So on the next slide, I will zoom into the COVID-19 vaccines, and we have two important goals here. One is to improve access to innovative vaccines through reductions in development times and increased scalability. Second is to provide a safeguard against poor quality vaccines and ensuring public trust and safety. So what does that mean? Well, if you go into one, what that means is we want to provide, and we are providing, scientists and manufacturers with agile standards, leadership when it comes to quality, what to measure, how to measure, and also to increase scalability while retaining high quality. Of course, the world is in an unprecedented effort when it comes to the speed and the scale at which we are all trying to deliver and develop COVID-19 vaccines. And there are many, many, many companies, players, governments, jurisdictions that play a role. So collaboration is key. It's also key in our view to again continue to advocate for transfer of the technology and the access, not only or to make sure that access to this important vaccines remains global, to shorten timelines, to make sure that it's equitable, and to do everything we can that the vaccine comes in the hands of those who need it most. With that, as we see globally, and I'll come back to that at the end of my presentation, we also want to, and we have an important role to play when it comes to building trust. We have seen the erosion of trust in perhaps science and vaccines in particular. And that's a meaningful and very important element of how to combat this pandemic. And we have gone through meaningful engagement with global partners, and I'll give an example of that. And last of all, and that's when I come back to the cold chain requirements as well as requested, support distributors, but also healthcare practitioners through that last mile or the last 25 foot when it comes to the distribution, storage, and handling of vaccines. So on the next slide, thank you. This gives a high-level overview. I'll skip this slide in favor of going into more detail on some of our last slide. Again, what you will see is the same framework that I presented more now applied to the standards, capability building, and the advocacy. And again, over and over, we've seen the power of doing this together with our partners, and to make sure that we look at all of the aspects that are necessary to bring to success the delivery of COVID-19 vaccines to patients and consumers. On the next slide, and I'll like this gives an example. So what we, sorry, can you go quickly to the previous slide? Thank you. So this is an example of what we put together. So it's not always easy for companies or scientists who don't know us this well to navigate our science and standards. And when it comes to how they go together, what are the documentary and the reference standards. So what we did is to put together a package of all the standards that are relevant for creating vaccines. We do not have many standards that are specific for one particular type of vaccines. So those would be the monographs. But what we do have is many standards that are directly applicable to broadly when it comes to manufacturing and developing vaccines. For example, how to ensure the quality of the ingredients, the raw materials, the cell culture, the cell banking that is often important in many vaccines. When it comes to the containers, their sterility, we have, of course, many tests when it comes to microbiology and how to maintain sterility, but also when it comes to labeling, which is important when it comes closer to the customers and the consumers who read this and need to understand this. Packaging and distribution, again, I'll come back to that later. So this really puts together that entire I would say ecosystem around vaccines and COVID-19 in particular to make it easier. And we provided these public access. We provided guidance how to use them, how to navigate them. And of course, as I mentioned in the beginning, we are making sure that we do everything we can to keep these standards, the one that matter most to vaccines, available in our catalog as well. So on the next slide, you will see a little bit more technical detail, and I'll skip over that, but I do want to mention it on the next slide. Is the standards for quality vaccines, and what you will see here is this is a combination of what I would say more of the traditional platforms. But we also have standards for more of the innovative vaccines. So when it comes to, I'll give one example, Chapter 198, NMR identity for vaccines. That's a very innovative standard that is being used to analyze certain qualities, including the identity and the characteristic for vaccines. So this really gives you a scatter shot of these different tests. Of course, most of the vaccines that are in development now are viral vaccines or recombinant vaccines or even complete genomic vaccines, such as RNA vaccines that are important. But these matter across the board. So on the next slide, so while doing this and while supporting manufacturers and while looking into the community that is going to ultimately hand the vaccines to patients and consumers, we identified a couple of challenges and opportunities. I've mentioned speed. I've mentioned the unprecedented scale at which manufacturing and development is going on. And I've already touched upon distribution and delivery to local communities. We mentioned the global access as a global, as an organization with a global perspective and as a mission to deliver quality medicines worldwide. We find it very, very important to maintain that global view. Cold chain solutions, disposal of ancillary supplies, waste, administration of component and multi-dose vaccines. So what we've tried to do here, and what I'll try to do in maybe 20 seconds, is to paint, or maybe 30, is to paint a picture of what will happen. So once vaccines will start to hit sort of the pharmacy and be available, there will maybe in the first wave, there may be one vaccine or two vaccines. But soon and ultimately, there may be 3, 4, 5 vaccines, all with different requirements. Some may need to be frozen, some may need to be deep frozen, some actually cannot be frozen and have to be taken just at refrigerated temperatures. Some take 2 shots 2 weeks apart, some may take 1 shot. They will come with different handling instructions. Some will come in multi-dose vials, perhaps some will come in single dose syringes. So what we'll see at the last 25 feet is an unprecedented wave of different requirements with the potential for errors, with the potential for confusion. So it's very important to provide very good and solid guidance, very practical science-based guidance and help to those last 25 foot as well. So that's an area where we traditionally know our stakeholders and work well, and we are very optimistic about being able to provide true guidance and help in that what we call the last 25 foot. So on the next slide, I want to come back before I close with a few remarks on the cold chain. I want to go back to one element: trust. We know vaccine hesitancy is out there, and it has been identified as a major worldwide public health challenge. Not only in the context of COVID-19, this has been going on for much longer, and also loss in faith in institutions and people who protect from harm, through politicalization, through losing the faith in science. So what we've set out to do is to get more insights into what that is. And on the next slide, I'd like to make a call and perhaps a pitch, if you like. Next slide, please. Thank you. So what we did is, I did mention the work that we do in low and middle income countries with the training of government officials and regulatory agencies and building capabilities and resilience. So what we've created, and I'd like to invite the attendees for this webinar, for this seminar to take note of this. We created a survey. We want to know with our partners as to how much of that is going to be important when it comes to the frontline healthcare workers in low and middle income countries. These are the people who ultimately are critical, not only in taking the vaccines, but of course also in providing the vaccines to communities, especially in underserved communities in low and middle income countries. So our goal is to better understand the knowledge and the attitudes and the beliefs and the practices that are related to potential COVID-19 vaccines. And we are currently we don't have that data. We don't have any insight into their challenges and barriers. So this is a very easy access survey, and we hope that you will take note and help us to create those insights. It will be very important for us and our partners to provide the specific and tailored support and help that is needed to bring the vaccines to these communities. So thank you for allowing me to give a little bit of advertising for this important initiative. So on the next slide, and I know I'm a little over time, but I'm almost at the end of my talk. So key actions to secure and a more do that. We are seeing signs that it's important to create a diverse supply chain when it comes to life-saving medicine. And we believe that it's important to invest in more manufacturing capacity for critical medicines, and not only in one area, but
Your audio is not working.
Is this better? Can you hear me better?
Yeah, it's better now. Yeah.
Thank you. Can
No, it's gone again.
Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you now.
Okay, can you go to the next slide, please? Oh,
Maybe you should talk a little bit about the last slide once more, because we couldn't hear you.
okay. I thought there was one slide before that. Okay, there should have been one slide. My apologies. So on this slide, so maybe I'll finish with the cold chain as was requested, because that's an important one. So recent insights into when let me go back quickly to sort of the May-June timeframe. As an organization that initially already set out to support the development and the manufacturing of vaccines, those were the times when the clinical trials were started, when the manufacturing capacity was being set up to basically, on a risk-based way, start manufacturing of potential candidate vaccines before we even knew whether they were clinically successful. At that time, we already started looking into what would be the next wave. And of course, as I mentioned, we all knew that it would come down to bringing an unprecedented number of vaccines and doses in a short amount of time, even when it's just 1 year, to the world population. So it's a huge challenge, and it's something that's never done before, not at this scale. We know how to distribute vaccines when it comes to biologics. We also know that worldwide, still up to 20% of vaccines are lost because issues in the supply chain, and that's primarily because of the cold chain. They are biologics, whether it's being kept at refrigerated temperatures or at temperatures of -2 or -7. We know that these temperature excursions are one of the largest causes for loss of vaccines. And of course, when you do the numbers, 10 or 20% of loss of COVID-19 vaccines in the numbers that we are thinking about, that those would be unprecedented. So we cannot tolerate this. We should do everything we can in order to do this. Supply chains are reasonably well built to cover refrigerated temperatures. To some extent, and to a large extent also to do this at -20. Globally, and in many jurisdictions, they're not built to store, to transport very deep frozen -70, what we call super cold temperatures. This would not something that would be available in a routine setting. They may be available in sort of high-level research type pharmacies connected to hospital systems, but certainly not in community pharmacies, and certainly also not in most physician offices. So this is an important aspect. It's also important how to handle. Handling -70 is something completely different from handling a refrigerated vial. So this comes down to very practical measures. Many of us have probably somewhere in the freezer at home at -20. When you take something out of the freezer, you can put it on the table. and you're fine. If you do this with a -70, you actually get burns. So these are just a few of the very practical measures that are necessary to think about, and that we are thinking about how to solve them for our partners. And again, taking into account that we expect to have a program for the next 1 to 2 years with multiple vaccines with different requirements when it comes to all of the handling, storage, transport, and administration for these. We do have standards for this. We do have standards for storage. We do have standards for packaging. We do have standards for cold chain. And we are ready to do whatever it takes to, again, either modify or revise or to add something to our standards. We don't believe a lot of modification is necessary because we already have good in place. But as we've seen for the hand sanitizers, if there's a need to provide very practical guidance, put information together, almost as a sort of a toolkit, if you like, to do that, we stand ready to support whatever jurisdiction, whatever country, or whatever system needs us. So I hope that addressed one of the questions that was asked when it comes to the supply chain, and especially the cold supply chain. Happy to answer any questions. And again, I want to thank the organizers and Dr. Jssrf and the directors of the JSS Research Foundation for providing me the opportunity. I humbly apologize for going over time a little bit, and I hope you all enjoyed this information and this seminar. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Vinema, for an excellent presentation. Although there are questions, and all the questions will be answered later on the website, so keep putting them on chats, and Dr. Vinema will be happy to answer them later. I just have one question. Do you have any, can you comment on the, briefly on stability and standardization strategies, that we will have to face?
Yes, so first of all, when it comes to the very short time of how these vaccines are developed, my expectation is that as it comes naturally, we will only have very limited stability vaccine debate at the time when they become available. Sort of that first wave that is coming, and we've all heard the promising results so far from a couple of the vaccines in late stage development, will come with a limited stability. I do understand that even the ones that are have to be transported at low, very deep freeze temperatures. I have not seen the data, obviously, but I understand they may be stable for several days at least higher temperatures, including perhaps even refrigerated temperatures. So that would be very good if that's the case, and we can do that. What typically happens when, and I happen to have a history in vaccine development myself. 11 years ago, I was involved in the other pandemic on H1N1. What will happen over time is that different formulations will start to reach the market when it comes to the stability, especially also for these innovative vaccines like we are looking at. So they will find, companies will try to find and produce vaccines that are stable for a longer time at different circumstances. So my expectation is we'll have a fairly limited set of guidance and restrictions for the first wave, and we'll get hopefully more flexible requirements later on.
Thank you so much, Dr. Vinema. I would like to again thank you for an excellent presentation, and thank you.
My pleasure.
Thank you, Dr. Yap. Thank you, Dr. Krishna Kumar. We now move to our next speaker. May I now please request Professor Ramu Govindswamy to introduce our next speaker.
Okay, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all the viewers around the world. Our next speaker is Dr. Suresh Jadhav, and Dr. Jadhav is the Executive Director of the Serum Institute of India Limited, and it is the one of the largest vaccine manufacturers from the developing countries, supplying vaccines to more than 140 countries through UN agencies at affordable prices. Dr. Jadhav led the project development and introduction of meningococcal conjugate vaccine in the African region. He was also involved in the development of seasonal and pandemic influenza vaccines. And he also played a major role in the acquisition of Bilthoven Biologicals, a Netherlands-based government vaccine manufacturing company. Now I invite Dr. Jadhav to make his presentation.
Very good evening and good evening, good afternoon, good morning, because I know there are people from various countries here. And before I proceed, I must thank Dr. Suresh, because when he wrote to me, I just couldn't say no, and that's how I am on this panel. Please pardon me, there are going to be few repetitions because Yap has given excellent overview of what is required. So few points which will come in my presentation, I will try to skip them very quickly. Those of you who didn't know much about Serum Institute, I think in the introduction it has come out very well. Just a small correction that today we are supplying to more than 170 countries. And for last 3 years, we have been supplying more than 1.5 billion doses at the most affordable prices all over the world, including India. Now, coming down to this particular topic of today, that is development of COVID-19 vaccine and challenges that they pose, I do look at this whole thing as a new opportunity. Of course, there are challenges, but if you see what has happened in the last about 20 years, that is since the Bill and Gates Melinda Foundation has started their foundation in 2000, they had been giving grants as under their various programs, starting from 1 million to 5 million to 10 million to various laboratories all over the world. And in these last 20 years, several laboratories and universities and institutions and pharmaceutical companies have come up with newer technologies. But these new technologies could never be actually used on the existing products, existing vaccines, only because that the moment a manufacturer does that, he has to go for a clinical trial. And when he has to go for clinical trial, he has to spend maybe $200-300 million. And no company was ready to invest that kind of money for a product which is already there, existing and working. So this was like a godsend opportunity for everybody who has developed various technologies to use them. And that's why, as Yap said, that there are so many laboratories and all which are existing. So can I go to my first slide, please, if you can share it.
Doctor, would you like to share the screen, or should we share your presentation?
I think you can share it.
Okay,
please.
sure.
Thank you. So I think till it starts, what I would like to say is, today there are actually 321 vaccine candidates which are under various stages of development. Yeah. The next slide, please. Yeah. Yes. And out of this, almost about 50 candidates are now in the clinical evaluation stage in different clinical trials, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. And there are participants from 30 different countries who are taking part in these clinical trials. The next one, please. As has been already pointed out, there are various technologies which are being developed, as I said, and this particular vaccine is being developed using live attenuated technology, inactivated virus technology, non-replicating viral vectors, replicating viral vectors, recombinant proteins, peptide-based product, virus-like particles, DNA vaccine, RNA vaccine, and some other unknown vaccines. And that's why we are in a situation for the first time, which is like an unprecedented situation, that you will end up in having a product with a huge range. you can have product from each one of these categories. At least 2-3 manufacturers will come up, finish their phase 3 clinical trial, and then there will be a problem for the regulatory agencies and the national control laboratories, because they will have to have a standard for individual product. So this will become more like a situation what we are today for the biosimilars. That the moment we say biosimilars, there is not a standard for the final product. It is the manufacturer who gives his standard to the national control laboratory, and which is used to evaluate that particular product. So I think this is a new challenge which almost all the regulatory agencies will be facing in future. The next one, please. This is just to give you the idea that from the geographical landscape, there are 128 candidates are being developed in North America, 14 in South America, 2 in Africa, 82 in Europe, and almost 95 in Asia and Australia. Next one, please. So where does India stand today, or what is the India's role in developing this COVID vaccine? So India is currently among the leading producers and suppliers of vaccines globally. It represents about 60% of the total vaccines supplied to UNICEF and Pan American Health Organization. India continues to be a major force in driving research and development on COVID-19 vaccine. India has joined COVAX facility along with this number is gone up. I was talking to Sid Berkeley and understood from him that it's not 180-67, but there are 194 countries have become part of the COVAX. So every country, including the developed country, has become part of COVAX. That means they will get the vaccine from Gavi if the Gavi procures it. In India, there are several companies like Serum Institute, Bharat Biotech, Cadila, Biological Evans, Panacea, Indian Immunologicals, Minvax, Arvindo, and Genova, and of course, Dr. Reddy's now along with Sputnik. They are all working on the development of different COVID vaccines. In addition to the private companies, the institutes like Indian ICMR, NIV, CMC Vellore, IIT Indore, IICT Hyderabad, ISER Mohali, and ISER Trivandrum are also working on different technologies or on the analytics. India's willingness to play a big role in manufacturing COVID-19 vaccine and allow it to supply to other developing countries will be a crucial part of containing the pandemic globally. This has been the statement made by Mr. Bill Gates, and the French ambassador, Mr. Emmanuel Lentin, also said that it is very important for states to coordinate if we want COVID-19 vaccine and our medicines to be produced and used equitably worldwide. India will have an important role to play as a producer of medicine and vaccines. So this is Indian scenario and the confidence from the people like Mr. Gates and the French ambassador in the Indian capabilities. Next one, please. So I will just give you briefly what Serum Institute is doing at this moment. We have got 5 different candidates on which we are working for the development of this COVID-19. One is the Codogenics, which is a company in New York, and they have developed a technology for the attenuated COVID vaccine, which we have got here and which we are developing. And this product is shortly entering into phase 1 in UK. Second is our collaboration with the AstraZeneca and Oxford University, that is the Covishield vaccine, which is already in phase 3. In India also, the phase 3 vaccine is in the just final stages. Before the end of November, we will complete all the injections, and hopefully by January, we will have our results for submission to the regulatory authorities. The third product is Novavax, which is also in phase 3 in other countries, but they have approached Serum Institute to make the vaccine locally here and then supply to Europe. and other clients who had already contracted with Novavax. The fourth product which we are working is the using spy biotic technology of spy catcher, using our RBD hepatitis B VLP platform. This product is already in phase 2 in Australia. It has already completed phase 1 and will shortly be introduced in India, and we will start our phase 3 clinical trial hopefully by mid-December. And the fifth one is the VPM1002. This is the recombinant BCG vaccine for which the ICMR is doing clinical trials to just to confirm, because there are at least half a dozen papers which have been published so far, which have said that the people who have taken the BCG vaccine and this recombinant BCG vaccine, those people are spared from getting COVID infection, or say about less than 2% people who got the infection was very mild and non-symptomatic. Next one, please. I think we already know from the news papers that both Pfizer and Moderna, they have already declared that their vaccine is more than 90% or 94.5% effective. And we also know that this vaccine requires minus 70 degrees or minus 80 degrees temperature for the storage and for transportation. For which I am very glad to inform you that the Pfizer has already developed and designed a box that can hold almost about 1,000 to 5,000 doses of its vaccine for nearly 100 degrees below zero for up to 10 days, and still it has its own limitations, because developing these boxes and distributing, particularly in a developing country, will be very difficult. And another greatest challenge which will be there for these vaccines, that they have already declared their prices, which are more than $20 or $30 per dose, which is going to be a big challenge for the developing country governments. Next one, please. So what are the challenges in manufacturing that the manufacturers are facing at this moment? The number one is the quick turnaround of scale up to achieve the global demand. Because if you really see from the experience of different candidates which are in clinical trials, that if you have to really cover the total global population, you will require almost about 16 billion doses, because almost about 7.2 billion doses is the population globally. If they require 2 doses, that itself becomes about 14.5 billion doses. And if you take into account 15 to 20% wastage that happens, then you will require additional about 1.5 to 2 billion doses requirement. And getting that quantity is not easy. It will require years together for several manufacturers to come up with that kind of quantities. Then the proper alignment of the upstream and the downstream processing units to handle the big volumes, establishing analytical methods, specifications, method qualification and validation in shorter periods. There will be hurdles in supply chain of essential raw materials and equipments. Just to give you an example, that we are already sensitized our suppliers of the rubber bands, the vials, the aluminum seal, the packaging material, the cold dogs, and everybody is asking us, please give us a guarantee that you will buy this, then only we will increase our capacity. Now, as on today, other than the Gavi, we do not have any concrete contract with anybody. So no government wants to invest, because this is the major and biggest challenge, and the difference between the developed world and the developing world, which I would like to just specify a little bit. In the developed world, for flu vaccine, every year, all the governments, they make a contract with the local supplier or manufacturer of the influenza vaccine. They buy the vaccine, they use it on their population, but they buy additional quantities just to ensure that in case there is a pandemic, they have some stock of the product. And this kind of arrangement gives a leeway to the manufacturer because they get bigger business, they get money for what they are doing, and they are happy to have that additional quantities ready as a stockpile. So this stockpile theory goes on very well with the big manufacturer, particularly manufacturers of the influenza vaccine and the developed world. But as such a thing does not exist in the developing world, there is no stockpile for any vaccine. We buy it only as when we need it and when we want to use it. And therefore, to give a guarantee to a secondary supplier of the raw material is a biggest challenge that the manufacturer from the developing world is facing as on today. And there is, of course, shortage of trained manpower, and generating long-term stability data as on today is the biggest problem. Because this is the first, I will not say this is the first vaccine. This is actually fourth or fifth vaccine in last about 10 to 15 years, which has been developed. When H1N1 vaccine was developed, it could be made available by the existing influenza vaccine suppliers within 5 months for the use to the people in Europe and America. Why it could happen? Because they had the technology in place to make the influenza vaccine, which they are making every year, which is the seasonal influenza. And when the pandemic came with H1N1, they could make H1N1 vaccine on the same platform and make it available very quickly. All the analytical tools, analytical methods were in place, not only with them, but also with the regulators. And therefore, that vaccine was the one which was developed in the shortest possible time and used. Even in the developing world, it could be done in about 1.5 to 2 years time. That too by getting the full support from the regulators and the government agencies in the developing world. Next one, please. Okay. Another challenge is that one is facing at the moment is the clinical development program. There is a lack of aggressive and quick decision making by the regulatory agencies in the developing countries compared to the traditional approach, especially in the pandemic situation. When I am saying there is a lack of aggressive and quick decision making in the regulatory agencies, I am talking about other developing countries. I'm not talking about India. In fact, I want to thank our regulators and our government agencies for very quick response and giving all the help and making changes in their legislation to help the manufacturer whosoever is developing the COVID-19 vaccine. But the same situation does not exist outside. Outside, once you make a vaccine, when you go and supply to other countries, you have to register the product, and then those regulators have their own whims and own demands, which are sometimes very taxing, but that is the one which we are trying to sort of crease out with the help of WHO by asking them to develop some sort of a guidance for the regulators in the developing countries, specifically from Africa, Southeast Asia, and also in South America, to help the manufacturers, to help them introduce and register the product at the shortest possible time so that it is available and made available to their population very quickly. The clinical trial design, identifying right clinical sites and recruitment, the clinical endpoint determination with asymptomatic SARS-CoV infection, indicators of protective immunity, neutralizing antibodies and or cell-mediated immune response, inclusion of optimal representative population, and availability of safety data, especially with respect to the novel vaccine technologies. This is one issue which has created, I think, or which will create some problem when the manufacturer wants to give expiry date to the product. Because unless they have good stability data for a long period of time, manufacturers cannot determine that to what extent the product will remain stable. And normally that is one of the major reasons why the vaccines takes several years for the development, because by that time you have complete data on the stability, you have complete data on its efficacy, you have long-term data on the safety, and you also know whether it really protects you from the recurrent infection. Next one, please. Next challenges are in labeling and supply. As I told you, the establishing large-scale cold storage facilities for stockpiling, labeling. Each country has its own labeling requirements. Set up supply chain network and contract with airlines with the shortest time span. Tracking of vaccine supply and post-vaccination monitoring. Expiry date with no print on label when long-term stability studies are ongoing, and prioritizing the supply volume because we don't know which country is going to require what volume. But fortunately, because of the COVAX facility, which has been developed by Gavi, I think this problem will be resolved very quickly. The next one, please. The challenges posed by the COVID vaccine is to ensure that the right people get the right vaccine at the right time. As fortunately, I think there is some guidance from WHO which is available now. Government of India is also having and almost finalizing their priorities, that which group of people should get the vaccine first and how it should be prioritized later on. Initial high demand of vaccine might develop risk of theft and local corruption. There will be a lot of counterfeit vaccines which we expect to come into the market. And there will be requirement of mass immunization and how to handle it. Because today our machinery is very huge to give it to the infants. The government agencies are giving vaccines under EPI program where they give it from 1 year old to say about 5 year old. But giving it to the higher age group is going to pose a problem. How you are going to get that population, where you are going to call them, how you are going to make them accept the vaccination in discipline, that will require some sort of a training. And I don't see any activity going on for training the immunization people to immunize the adults. Equal distribution of vaccine to all parts of the world. And that's why I think we have decided at Serum Institute that 50% vaccine will make available to the Gavi under their COVAX program. But the 50% we will keep for India if government wants to buy it from us. The developed country pre-booking larger volume for vaccine, and this is really a very serious issue. Nobody has really thought about it, but most of the developed world has booked more than double the quantity that they required from the Western manufacturers. So there is almost about 3.4 billion doses have been booked by the developed world who can afford to pay, and they have given advance. Whereas for developing country population, such a move is not there. And therefore, how Gavi is going to tackle that problem, we will have to see under the COVAX program. Next one, please. Yeah. So there are some open questions and concerns. This is my last slide. That the current vaccines under development are for the disease prevention, but what happens for the transmission blocking? This is the question which still remains unanswered. Efficacy results reported by Pfizer and Moderna are based on preliminary reports. Pfizer vaccine requires -70, Moderna requires -20. So this is one of the problems which we have already discussed. Then there is misleading information on print and digital media. And how can we handle this negative information for a common man? And of course, there is a WhatsApp university, or I will say the social media universities, which are more active than the real technical knowledge. And everybody goes to these messages which are running on the social media and form their opinion. And vaccine hesitancy, as has been mentioned by IF, is one of the real problem, which one has to really tackle. And for this, efforts are already on by the WHO and other multilateral agencies, but even the governments will have to take a very active role in this. I will give you just one example. When we introduced our main Africa vaccine in sub-Saharan Africa, we faced this problem severely. They wanted a vaccine was available, but then we have to really tackle the local religious group and get them on board. So we invited them, we told them, fortunately in sub-Saharan African belt, there was not a single person who had not seen the devastation caused by meningitis A. And therefore, even the religious leaders were on board and they propagated the use of that vaccine. That's the reason why the whole belt has been now completely immunized and not a single case of meningitis A in the vaccinated population. I hope that we could emulate that kind of examples in tackling this COVID-19 situation globally and also in India. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
No, thank you, Dr. Jadhav, for a great presentation. Manufacturing and supplying to 170 countries plus is a Herculean task. And we really commend you for your commitment. To the viewers, if you have questions, please put them on the chat box. We will respond to you given the time constraint. I just have a very short question for you. You mentioned about having 5 candidates in trial in India. And yes. Once you go through the process and once you confirm which ones to be, to go further, how long does it take for you to mass manufacture and then, put them out to the consumers? Could you talk about the timings a little bit? Thank you.
I think first time the regulator, the DCGI has given us permission to start manufacturing once the product goes into the phase 3. And one of the product, that is the Oxford product, is already in phase 3, which has already finished phase 3 in some places, but in India, it's in the last phase. So we have started manufacturing that product. We'll be manufacturing almost about 50 to 60 million doses per month from January onwards. But till January, we will also have almost about 80 to 100 million doses in stock for supply, if we get the emergency use license from the government.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you. Once again, thank you for your great presentation. We appreciate it.
And I would like to just mention that this production is only for the COVID-19. Our regular production for all other vaccines, that goes on smoothly in the different areas. So it is not disturbed.
Great, great. Yeah. Thank you again for your presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Jadhav. It was great to have you. It's always a pleasure listening to you. Pandemic has kept us away from meeting each other, yes. But I think your vaccine will make us meet soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Ramu, and thank you, Dr. Jadhav. I really like about the WhatsApp University you mentioned. I'm sure thank you so much. Moving on, may I now request Mr. Badrinath, our director, to now introduce our speaker. Over to you, Mr. Badri.
Thank you, Anita. It's great pleasure. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, whatever it is in any part of the world. It's my pleasure to present Dr. Krishna Ella, Chairman and Managing Director, Bharat Biotech International Limited, to be our next speaker. Dr. Krishna Ella is the Chairman and Managing Director of Bharat Biotech International Limited, which he incorporated in the year 1996. A gold medalist at university, Dr. Ella worked as a research faculty at the Medical University of South Carolina, Charleston, after earning his PhD from the University of Wisconsin, Madison. A research scientist in molecular biology, Dr. Ella strongly believes that innovative technology in vaccine development is essential to solve public healthcare problems caused by infectious diseases. Under Dr. Ella's leadership, Bharat Biotech has grown to become a global leader in innovative vaccine. A serial entrepreneur with a passion for innovative ideas, Dr. Ella has also ventured into veterinary vaccines, food processing, and developing biotechnology infrastructure in the country. Dr. Ella is also involved in shaping India's science education and policy through his association with several committees. Without due delay, here is Dr. Ella.
Thank you, Badri. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, Badri. And I want to thank my friend Suresh Bojraj and also the Vice Chancellor Surinder Singh, good friends of mine and visionaries of the pharma. And I think I want to thank them for inviting me for this thing. And I think my friend Suresh Jadhav gave a very good presentation. And I might skip some of the things which are not required, repetitive, and I will avoid that. Next. I think, the vaccine investment, it clearly shows the best investment one can make, a country can make it. Okay. And I think you look at any other funding, whether public infrastructure, including even preschool education, even compared to that, immunization is a worth investment, and that's the best return of investment. And I think, the future challenges, I want to make it a little, for scientific and make people interested, students. 40,000 viruses are unknown in animals. And there is a possibility out of 40,000, 10,000 can jump to animal, and to human, and then back to animal. For example, COVID-19, it came from animal to the human. Now it went to back to mink in Denmark, back to the animal. Okay. So you have to be careful about what is going to happen in the future. And the pandemic to animals is likely. Pandemic to plants are also likely. So both the last two are going to be food security issues on the future. And I think genetic, why I'm going to talk, many of the diseases, even whether COVID to rabies to JE to everything is a genetic diseases. Okay. And most of the genetic diseases are very neglected. And most of the neglected disease are today are becoming a global disease, whether tuberculosis, HIV was neglected disease, African and Indian disease, it became a global disease. And I think, where does start the neglected diseases? Most of the neglected disease starts from the developing world. And all the neglected disease turn out to be pandemic. Whether it's yellow fever, to dengue, to malaria, Rift Valley, chikungunya, Ebola, and HIV, Zika, all the diseases, you look at the pattern, it's always in the developing world, and it's neglected, and it becomes to the global disease. So naturally, it's the developed nation should not think that they should make us to work more on the vaccine field because of the neglected diseases are coming from here, and the pandemic comes from the developing world. And I think, I don't want to talk too much, but everybody knows in the internet how human to human, animal to animal, and animal to human all spreading, and it is going to increase burden. And I think, you look at the Wuhan, the following these animals, they're all in the marketplace. All these animals are in the marketplace. So the virus load that are present in these animals can also lead to the human beings. And that may be one of the reasons. We do not know what the reasons are. But COVID vaccines, I want to touch upon. And I think, traditional development, it takes 10 to 15 years, a vaccine development. I mean, look at the phase 1 to 2 years, phase 2, 2 years, phase 3, usually at least 3 to 5 years also, based on the vaccine dosage and all that. But unfortunately, SARS has changed the game to 10 months to 1.5 years, less than a year. I mean, that is amazingly changed the game plan on the regulatory system, a challenge on the manufacturing also challenging, and all. I mean, it's a global challenge. So I think it's a learning. I think what the people are trying to do is all the vaccine strategies, taking each virus parts as a vaccine candidate. Where somebody wants to use RNA into RNA vaccine, or RNA want to convert into DNA, and DNA as a vaccine, and somebody want to use a protein, the subunit vaccine, the subunit region They want to use a part of the region, full region, and combination with another protein, whatever the combinations. People are trying to use various platforms. So the strategies are very simple. So you look at this surface protein, DNA, RNA converted to DNA, and all the parts are used as a vaccine strategy. So each one we use as a VLP to all the. So what my friend Jadhav was talking about it, the replication deficient of COVID vaccine. And that is a Chad vaccine, so people are talking about it. So I think the RNA vaccine, everybody knows now, Moderna, Pfizer, which I don't want to touch. So we talk about inactivated vaccine. I'll touch upon that. And various platforms, I think Dr. Suresh Jadhav explained very well. And various platforms, how many inactivated, weakened, replicating, non-replicating, DNA, RNA, protein subunit, virus-like particle. There's so many platforms, technology are various in the clinical trial. I think, Indian vaccine, I think we are proud to say that as Indian vaccine manufacturers, 2 out of 3 children are vaccinated with the Indian vaccines. I think we are all, as all the Indian vaccine manufacturers, we are proud of that. I think this one field, vaccine industries of India, has far ahead of any other field of Indian sciences. I think I want to mention the Rotavac. India has never done an efficacy trial before. We have only done immunogenicity studies in India, no efficacy. I think we are truly made a public-private partnership when Dr. Surendra Singh was a drug controller at that time. We know that he knows that how we have done Rotavac, the first efficacy trial of actually this is the first efficacy trial in the entire developing world. So where we've done a community-based trial, more than 10,000 babies trial. And we made a change in the delivery system where pharma people might be interested. It's a 1.5 to 2 ml dose. We brought it to small 5-drop concept, like a polio drop concept, 2-drop concept. We made it as a 5-drop concept Rotavac. We brought a change in the delivery system of Rotavac. And now this vaccine is sold to UNICEF, reaching more than 30 to 40 countries already. And I think Prime Minister has launched this vaccine. And this is the first innovative molecule coming from India, Indian strain, Indian manufacturing, and also Indian efficacy trial. Now it is reaching to the Africa and Latin American market. And I think, people may think that, Indian clinical research is not that advanced. So I want to change that opinion for the people that India is far ahead of in clinical research also. So we have done typhoid conjugate with the first new molecule we developed from India. And this, at least, this is not, multinationals are not done. US has not completed, US not done it. Europe has not done this vaccine, but we were the first one to develop this thing and done human challenge studies in Oxford. And we've shown that 90% efficacy in the human challenge studies right in Oxford. And that shows that how our clinical research experience is bandwidth is expanding. And I think the New York Times covered how a small company from Hyderabad, how developed a typhoid conjugate vaccine and done a human volunteers in Oxford. And we got UK MHRA phase 2B approval for that vaccine. So when the Nature Medicine covered the treatment that made headline in the globally in 2018, Nature Medicine, first product that was covered, our Tybar TCV as a conjugate vaccine. Now we are doing a clinical trial in Bangladesh, Nepal, Malawi, Burkina Faso, and all the 4 countries with thanks to Gates Foundation, funded $36 million for the clinical research, both for Oxford, University of Maryland. And one of them publication came from Nepal studies published in New England Journal of Medicine just about a month ago, New England Journal of Medicine. So I think what I'm trying to say is not to brag about my company, but to tell that Indian vaccine research is going into global clinical research, not just the Indian company, okay? That's my point. So coming to COVID vaccine, we are working on 3 different platforms, not important, but what you would like to have, an ideal candidate, as a scientist, as a molecular biologist, as a scientist, what I would like to have, a proven platform technology, because long-term safety is very important. If you want to give it to 2 years old or 5 years old child, you want to be given a vaccine. So which one will be safest? And vaccine can work to a newborn to senior citizen. And it works for pregnant mother and cancer patients. Some of the vaccines you cannot give it to pregnant mothers. For example, live vaccines cannot be given to pregnant mothers and cancer patients. Long-term memory, you would like to have a program to Th1 response so that memory cells are present. So in case infection occurs, it can at least protect the person. We want to have less pollution to the environment. We don't want to produce 1.2 billion or 2.6 billion doses, and that also destroys the environment of the country. Okay, that is also important. And I think easy to reach last mile where there are no doctors are present, and less packaging and distribution costs, where the earlier US Pharmacopoeia talked about the distribution card, fit well with the EPA vaccine program, child vaccination program. The first strategy we chose, live inactivated vaccine. For that, is containment is the most important, and that is a co-vaccine. And I think one nice thing what we had is when we want the whole virus to multiply, that means the live COVID vaccine, you have to multiply in a 200, 300 liters fermenter, you need definitely a BSL-3 containment. And at least I'm happy to say we are the first one to have BSL-3 production facility in the world. And I think China now, the government has funded $250 million. Now they're creating a BSL-3 production facility. They have only BSL-2, but they produce COVID vaccine in China with the BSL-2 facility. But we have the BSL-2. We partnered with ICMR. And I think it's a old technology. I believe the world is gold, and animal toxicology completed. And I think I will say the platform technology, what we use, the Virocell technology. We make chikungunya, we make Zika vaccine, we make IPV, we make rabies, we make JE vaccine. So many vaccines we make from the one Virocell technology platform. And we have 15 years of extremely clinical research experience using this platform, and 25 clinical studies used from this platform, and 300 million doses produced from this platform technology. So we are confident about the technology and platform. This is a BSL-3 containment, and I think we built for some other purpose. It came in right in our hand for the COVID purpose. And I think, we have done animal studies in mouse, rabbit, rats, monkeys, and hamsters. I'll talk about that. People can see in the internet also. Phase 3 is commissioned now. And I can say this is a first efficacy trial for COVID vaccine in India. It is not immunogenicity studies. These are efficacy studies, probably in India, the first efficacy study. Even China has not done in efficacy studies. These will be the first efficacy studies done probably in the developing world. And I think the preclinical profile, we have done in 3 different animal model, shown the toxicology, and we also have small adjuvant in this, which makes to protein, the antibody response to go to Th1 responses, that means cell-mediated memory cells can be produced, and that will give a long-term immunity, hopefully. So we have done viral challenge studies thanks to NIV Pune. Without their help, we would not have done this. So all these things, everything is done in India. So 20 monkeys challenging, and then we have done hamster challenging studies. So 2 different models, which are in the final review process in the peer-reviewed journal. And so we've done different studies. I don't want to drag right now, but hamster also is important one. We have done human challenge studies also that. Both the things are clearly indicated, both lower lungs, upper lung, both are protected 100%. So many of the vaccines which you are seeing in the clinical phases, if you read the clinical research of their publication, the lower lungs are protected, not the upper lung. If upper lung is not protected, you're going to have more infection and transmission going to continue. Even if you are vaccinated, the person will be still transmitting the disease. So that is going to be danger in that. So when politics is taking over the science is being hidden out. So the politics, nationalism is taking the upper hand, unfortunately. But science is going low and low. But if you look at that, some of the vaccine doesn't protect the upper lung infection. If it doesn't protect, you're going to still have transmission. And I think we've done all those things, phase 3 commission, and it's a 2-dose vaccine. We expanded 27,000 people all over the country, east, west, north, south, all the segment. And so the challenge for us, next challenge, which I'm going to cover quickly, 25 million children. Now we were vaccinating 25 million children in India. Now, 1,300 million children, 1,300 million, including adults. That means 130 crore population has to be vaccinated from 25 million. Childhood vaccine is becoming not only childhood, it's also adulthood vaccine. So that's going to be a big challenge for the country, like 130 billion population of people, how we are going to do that. So I think serious, you see if you use a 2-dose vaccine for this thing, you need a 2.6 billion syringes, 2.6 billion of needles in the country, in India alone. Okay, it's a challenge. So even the Guardian, Trump administration was said, US can make only 660 million syringes only. Okay, but they need another additional 850 million syringes are required. Even US is a shortage of syringes and needles. So it's not only India. So other part of the world also is a shortage. So I think, 2.5 billion syringes, needles, and cold storage, so 2.6 billion storage of vaccine, and last mile healthcare workers. The healthcare workers who we call Anganwadi worker cannot give a vaccine properly injectable. And if they mix up with a diluent with some other one, you are in trouble. So I think we have extremely good knowledge of eradication of polio. We supply almost 800 million doses of polio for the national immunization and also UNICEF program, polio vaccine. So that is a 2-drop concept. Rotavirus, we brought a 5-drop concept. I said, can we use this similar strategy of 5-drop concept? Anything can be done in the COVID vaccine also. That was our challenge, that was our dream and our hypothesis. We created that. And I think what you would like to have vaccine is the COVID goes through nose, you go through nose and also mouth. So it's a mucosal, the lung, it goes, infects the lungs. All respiratory pathogen goes through that. If you have a vaccine using the same route, then it will be more effective. And its people have shown very clearly, even recently, New York Times last month has covered an article that mucosal immunity and nasal immunity will be the best choice. What is nasal immunity? It creates both IgA and IgG, 2 responses. Whereas intramuscular only creates IgG response. That's all the differences. Whereas nasal produce both the responses. Can we create that? So what we did is, I don't want to touch upon a single dose Cell. Recently, about 2 months ago, Washington University published in Cell that single dose sterile immunity can be created in the animal by using a single dose vaccine. We said, let's partner with them, and we partnered that. And it's shown very good result. It's shown even good results in monkeys and hamsters also. It will be coming out soon, publication. As my colleague Jssrf Jadhav said, 5 to 8 doses per citizen is being blocked by the developed nation. Almost 8 doses per citizen. Okay, so that's going to be challenging for us. And I think key factors for us now consider storage costs, transportation costs. How do I transfer from here to Nagaland, Manipur? Everything is challenging. And biomedical waste where we can store this thing. And that's a challenging thing. And we're working on that. We're working on multi-dose vaccine, how the intranasal vaccine, multi-dose can be given, and the tip cannot be contaminated with the other one. All those strategies, we're working on that. As we go along, we'll be briefing on that. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Alok. It's wonderful. Wow, you've given such information. Like, wow, you just started, as an entrepreneur, you're really great. You started with the investment strategy, then with Rotovac, typhoid. Wow, it's great. I think I see that a lot of questions have been there, but I think its time is really constrained. And many people are texting me personally. I just want to let them know on the website, jssrf.org, on the web chat, please put on all the questions. We will forward to Dr. Ella, and then we'll get the answers and we'll reply to you. There's no words, Doctor. You gave such a wonderful and informative speech. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
I would also personally like to thank you, Dr. Ella, Suresh here. I'm always very fortunate to have good friends like you and Dr. Suresh Jadhav that, just one email and in spite of your busy schedule, you accept and come. I'm really grateful. I am only looking at you all coming and inspiring the younger generation. That's the only mission I have. And that's why I keep bringing you again. And thank you for responding to my call and my request and doing it. Thank you, Dr. Ella. Wish you all the very best. We are very proud of you. And you will make our country very, very proud. We are aware of that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, doctors. Moving forward, I must say that we are quite on time. I'm very pleased about that. I now request Mr. Sami Shanmugam, our director, to introduce our next speaker.
Anita, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Good evening, and good morning, as Badri said, whatever the time is. It's my pleasure to introduce our business people pro young joint drug controller, Dr. S. Jssrf Reddy. He is the youngest drug control general who has worked for all the position of hierarchies at CDSCO. Dr. Reddy headed various internal divisions like medical device, biologicals, new drugs, import, registration, and others. Dr. Reddy started his career in 1998 as a drug inspector at CDSCO, West Zone, Mumbai. At CDSCO, Mumbai, he has conducted various GMP, GCP, GLP audits. He promoted as Assistant Drug Controller of India in 2009 and appointed as Deputy Drug Controller in 2012. In 2014, he was appointed as Joint Drug Controller of India. Now I welcome Dr. Reddy. You can begin your speech.
Thank you, Swami, for the nice introduction. I hope, are you able to hear my voice?
Yes.
We are able to hear Reddy, but I think you'll have to put your video on. We are not able to see you.
Okay, sir. I think I would like to first share my, I will able to see my presentation?
Yeah, we are able to see that, yes.
Okay, sir. I think, first, so first of all, my pranams to His Holiness Jagadguru Sri Shivaratri Mahaswamiji, 24th spiritual head of Sri Sutturu Mutt, Mysore, Dr. B. Suresh sir, mentor, my well-wisher, and guide me in all critical times, and all directors and staff of Sri Sutturu Mutt, all speakers and participants, my namaskars, and very, very good morning, good evening, and good mornings also. Thank you. I think first of all, let me thank JSS Research Foundation for organizing virtual conference on COVID-19 vaccine, a global perspective. It is actually a need of...
Put it on the slideshow, please.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, that one.
Okay, yeah. Thank you, Sami. So as I said, it is actually a need of our, and really I should appreciate Dr. B. Suresh for bringing all stakeholders on one platform. This may be the, I think, first virtual conference what I'm seeing where academicians, scientists, manufacturers, regulators, and very interesting, even standard setting agency are part of this virtual conference. Thank you, sir. It is really a great job you have done. And as you said rightly, this conference definitely will benefit all the young scientists, students, and also many other stakeholders. I think, as you said, more than 1,000 participants have registered for the virtual conference, and such wonderful presentations made by earlier speakers, and this all will get definitely benefit to all of them.
Doctor, you'll have to share slideshow, please. And your video is off. We would like to see you as well.
Video, it's fine, madam. Video you would like to on?
Yes. Slide also, you will have to maximize it. Make it slideshow.
Slideshow I have made. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So I think today's my presentation is just I'm going to give approval of COVID-19 vaccines. What are the regulatory perspective? And as I said, thanks to all the earlier speakers for their wonderful presentation, and they made me my work easy. But I would like to first, as all of you know, convey to all of you that this COVID pandemic situation really made Indian drug regulators really on the limelight, either in the minds of the media or in the minds of the public. Even many people earlier, those who don't know about the CDSCO and what is the DCGI and what are his functions, even many people are not aware. So with this pandemic situation, even layman also today he know what is CDSCO organization and who is the DCGI. But with this, actually, the public expectations on vaccine is very, very high. Everybody, either it is educated or uneducated families, they're discussing, they're talking about the vaccine. If you ask me, either my seniors or politicians or my family members or my relatives, friends, at least every day I will get 15 to 20 calls asking for that when vaccine will come. This is such a important topic and issue in not only the Indian population or in the global people about this. And unfortunately, whether many people, stakeholders, especially media and other people, it is in a double-edged sword. One side, they talk about very high, and another side, unfortunately, unknowingly also, they publish such articles which will damage trust and confidence on the manufacturers and also on the drug regulators. Thanks to this pandemic situation, you ask any media person, they know so well about the clinical trials. Earlier even I don't think so they heard about the word clinical trial. Now they talk about the phase 0, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. These terminologies and their understanding about these terminologies is very high among the media. And also, if you see in the media, the way they discuss about the what various platforms are in the developmental stage, the immunogenicity, safety, efficacy, even the global status of the vaccine, and if any action taken by the any agency, what action taken, any statement given by the manufacturer. So why I'm telling all you this thing, having good knowledge is very good, but unfortunately, misusing of this knowledge or misinterpretation of any these type of things is going to be hamper, or even I say can maybe lead to delay in the approval process, or may also get to delay in the accessibility of these products. And I am in my personal opinion, vaccine is directly linked with the global economy. As you must have seen, one company when they declared my vaccine, it have so much of percentage of efficacy, the entire economy of the globe has changed. Either it is a share market or performance or confidence of the economy among the public has changed. And nowadays, even this vaccine is becoming a political issue also. Some of the state governments or some of the government says we will give free of cost. Some of the government says, we will provide only to the main important stakeholders. I think why I'm trying to say that this COVID vaccine, it has its own importance, not only to protect the national and global population, it also going to have a very good impact on economy of the globe. So I think I want to change to second slide. Yeah. So as all of you know, for any ideal drug regulatory system, what manufacturer, what applicant expect from the regulator is that the regulatory system should have a proper of accountability. They should have proper predictability in their system, and also there should be a proper transparency in the review and approval process. So these are the three pillars of the drug regulatory system. In order to bring predictability in our system, the government of India has come up with new drugs and clinical trial rules 2019, mainly to promote ethical and scientific clinical research in India. As you know, India, we have a huge potential to conduct a clinical research. In fact, because of these new regulations, today, Indian drug regulator is able to fast track the applications, is able to review the applications on priority. There is a provision for compassionate use of the medicines. There is a provision for waiver of the clinical trials. If you see the major measures already taken in the new drug approvals, there is a clear-cut provisions for the waiver of the local clinical trials for the drugs approved in other identified countries. And first time, we have specified the application process review timelines. This will bring the predictability in our approval process. And we also have a concept of deemed approval. If applicant has not received any communication from the regulatory authority within the specified time, for example, 30 minutes is the timeline for the conduct of approval of conduct of permission for clinical trials. If it has not received within 30 days, then that application is considered as a deemed approved by the regulatory authority. There are already provisions for the pre and post submission meetings. Really, this really helped in the COVID situation. Many companies, they made application before submission of the application for the pre-submission meetings to understand the regulatory requirements for submission and for getting marketing authorization of COVID vaccines. And we also have a separate provisions for approval of orphan drugs, where there is a provision for waiver of clinical trials and other things, and accreditation of investigator and clinical trial sites. There's separate provision for academic clinical trials. And there is another very important provision in this, our rules is provision for compensation. This is one of the issue where all the NGOs and consumer agencies requesting for the compensation provision very strongly, even in this COVID situation, tomorrow for any adverse events will happen. And also there is a provision for the post-trial access as per the recommendations of the investigator and ethics committee. We have a very good system of e-governance. This is really helped in the COVID situation. That's why I want to specially emphasize one slide on this e-governance. Because of this lockdown, because of the restrictions in the movement, our officers, they are able to review the applications from home. Because of it is a complete online system of clinical trial and new drug approval process. So this really helped all our reviewers to examine the applications from home. That's why you can see our approvals, you might have received at late night, midnight, 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock also. Reason is that our officers are able to review because of the e-governance, the applications from home. It has really helped us. And this really brought a lot of transparency, traceability, and also simplicity, effectiveness, and accuracy in our system. And above all, the speed of approval process also helped from this e-governance system. And we are also in the process of upgrading this e-governance second version, where we would like to use artificial intelligence in the next version in advance before review by our reviewers. Will fit for review by the regulatory agency. That is a very good software we have identified. We are going to incorporate in our system. I think this slide, most of the speakers talked about this. What is the ideal COVID-19 vaccine? We expect it should be 100% safe, and reactogenicity efficacy, we expect 100%. The dose regimen ideal should be a single dose, and the product should be ideally thermal stable, maybe at room temperature it should be stable, and it should be cost effectiveness because of the affordability. And for ease of administration, if the product is nasal or oral route, it will be more advisable. And expect lifelong immunity at one dose, and also it should be for all populations. And the technology is also available. I think many speakers has discussed about this. And major important in this slide is two technologies, that is DNA and DNA vaccine and messenger RNA. This is not only new to India, new to the global. That's why the global regulators are very, very cautious on these vaccines because of the long-term safety and other issues. This is the current stages of various applications what we have COVID vaccine applications in India. At the preclinical stage, we have multiple companies. Because of I don't want to name the companies here, which stage, what application. We have more than 6 companies which are under the preclinical stage. And at present, phase 1 by 2 stage, there are 3 companies, 3 COVID the candidates are in phase 1 by 2. And phase 2 by 3, there are 2 companies, 2 vaccines are in the phase 2 by 3 in India. This is what I'm talking about, the various stages with respect to the Indian perspective. And 1 vaccine company is directly in the phase 3. And we have taken various measures to ensure the fast track approval and fast track review of the COVID vaccine. The first and most important thing is we have defined the regulatory roadmap for COVID-19 vaccine. And we also issued one notification. This is a very important decision taken by the government of India to authorize vaccine manufacturers to produce, to commercially manufacture drug substance and drug product of this COVID vaccine during the clinical development. However, these batches can be released into the market only after grant of marketing authorization by the CDSCO and manufacturing license issued by the state authorities. Earlier, there was no such a provision. The objective of including this provision is the sufficient quantities of vaccine should be available, readily available once marketing authorization is granted by the regulator. So this really helped the industry. They are in the process of making the commercial batches during the clinical development, which will be released only after marketing authorization granted by the regulatory authorities. And for this COVID related drugs and vaccines purpose, we have constituted a special expert committee for review of all COVID-19 applications. And we have system now fast track review of applications. Thanks to the Dr. Jadhav, he clearly stated Indian drug regulators are acting on fast track basis. In fact, our SEC meetings are happening twice in a week. Maximum our pendency is 5 to 6 days. To also get the transparency in our system, all minutes of the subject expert committee we are placing on the website. So public is also aware about the decisions taken by the Indian drug regulator on various types of applications received. And as I said earlier, in this COVID situation, we have multiple pre-submission meetings with the sponsors and as well as the manufacturers of the vaccine, in order to bring more transparency in that even we are accepting the applications through email. And we are in regular touch with the other international regulatory agencies to understand the steps taken by them, to understand the expectations, to understand the various regulatory tools they're using for the decision making. We are also in touch with the WHO time to time to understand the current situation, and the decision should be taken on marketing authorization. As earlier speakers also said, there is many challenges while approve the any vaccine. I think these are some of the great challenges. I think in this most important thing, what I would like to specify is that clinical trials in special population. So generally clinical trials, what we have granted permission is on healthy subjects, but the efficacy and immunogenicity of these vaccines in a special population like pregnant women or comorbid situations or in children, how really it is effective. I think this is a great challenge to the manufacturers as well as to the regulators. The another very important challenge what we have identified and what we are already started addressing is batch release by Central Drug Laboratory. As all of you know, before release of the vaccine by the manufacturer, that batch has to be tested and released by the National Control Laboratory and CL, or also called as a Central Drug Laboratory. Already these Central Drug Laboratories, they are engaged in the release of already approved vaccines. You know, our CDL Karsoli already they are involved in the approval of good number of batches and that. But we have made sure that the whatever the batches are produced and sent to our laboratories are going to be tested well within the timeline. So that's why we have sufficient capacities now to test the COVID-19 vaccine by central drug laboratories. And fortunately, the whatever the two vaccines which are in the front running, these two vaccines does not require any animal testing. Thereby, the testing time is very less. So I think maximum the limiting factor is only the sterility test, which is 14 days. So the maximum within 15 to 16 days time, the batch can be released by our laboratory. And we also CDS prepared for the additional capacities. We already identified the other laboratories for batch release. We are not only going to have one, we are going to have at least two is ready for the testing. Another two are in the pipeline. So whatever I understand from the industry, as on date, we are expecting around 40 commercial batches are going to be released per month. These two vaccines, around 40 batches per month. However, our laboratories, both the laboratories, that is NIB Noida and the CDL Kasoli, they are able to test 300 batches of the COVID vaccine per month against the 40 batches that we are expecting to from the two companies in the next coming months. But overall, we are expecting around 70 to 80 batches in after maybe 6-7 months. But we are ready. Government and our CDSU, we are ready to test the batches. And also we are permitting the parallel testing of the COVID-19 vaccine by the manufacturer and CDL. Thereby, at least we can save 20 days time. The batches can be released, tested simultaneously by both. And we are also we've done the skill development and training for our CDL laboratory staff, and the verification of methods specifications used for testing of COVID also, it is almost going on in our laboratories. So in conclusion, uh, the marketing authorization of this COVID vaccines, it is a great challenging time for the regulators because of the new technologies involved in that, because of the short-term studies available, and because of this number of subjects and so many issues involved in that. But as a regulatory authority, it is our responsibility to ensure the safety and the efficacy of the vaccine before approval. We are not only vaccine, we also challenges in making available COVID drugs, COVID testing kits. But the way Government of India support for development of the COVID drugs in India and also testing kits in India, and we are also thankful to the Indian industry because they have such a technology to develop COVID drugs in India, whether it is a remdesivir or favipiravir. In fact, other countries, they have not shared the technology. Our Indian companies only, they have developed with their own technology. And again, thanks to our vaccine manufacturers, because of we have major production capacities in India. That's why everybody is looking at Indian companies because of our capacities. I'm sure our Indian companies not only take care about our local requirement. I'm sure they may able to supply sufficient quantities globally to all the population. As I said, these are the new technologies. First time we are going to approve in India. So that's why we are very, very cautious if this type of vaccines come for the approval. And it is a great challenge for the regulators to understand the benefit risk assessment in decision making. But I'm sure we have designed some tools for making the decision making at this emergency authorization purpose. And another great challenge could be post-licensure monitoring because of identifying the subjects and this is mainly as a part of pharmacovigilance program of India. So this is going to be a great challenge. But I am very happy to inform all the participants is government is very closely monitoring each and every activity relating to the vaccine development, whether it is a vaccine technology or vaccine manufacturing or vaccine testing or making availability of supply chain or even making availability of container closure system, syringes, you name anything. Government have a complete information. They understood so well and they prepared also to to ensure that once the vaccine will come out and they approved, all necessary precautions government has taken, and they're very, very closely monitoring at the highest level. So thank you very much for your kind attention, and thanks to once again to Dr. Suresh sir for giving me this opportunity to be part of such a wonderful virtual conference. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Reddy. Such a wonderful, very elaborative presentations, what the government has taken, what the regulations, CDSCO has taken, and how fast the CDSCO is implementing and supporting the industry. At the same token, I think we really appreciate the last few years, you have been implementing a lot of procedures and practice and lot of guidelines to the industry, which on behalf of the industry, we really thank you for that. There are a lot of questions from the viewers, but we don't have a lot of time to answer it. But there is one question I would like to post it to you. Is there any program being discussed in the government to assist the unaffordable people to have the access to the vaccine?
This is a very, very important point you have raised, sir. The government of India's objective is to make this vaccine affordable. To make this vaccine affordable to all the public, and the government is already in touch with all the manufacturers. But I am sure this vaccine is going to be very, very affordable to the public, and maybe some extent they made available even free of cost to some stakeholders in the system, especially the healthcare workers and other people. They may also provide sufficient quantities, maybe at the free of cost. The government is in touch with the manufacturers.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you so much, all the viewers. You can post all the questions on the website. All your questions will be answered in a timely manner. And now, Anita, you can go on to the next program.
Yeah, before Anita, you can thank, I would like to thank Dr. Reddy personally also. Thank you, Dr. Reddy. I know being a regulator, it is a tough challenge to come on public and express and speak the views. But I think you have done that. Thank you very much. As I said, it is only to inspire the younger generation. We are doing this. So thank you very much for that. And I appreciate your coming and giving this talk and guiding and letting know the youngsters how the world is prepared for the thing and how the regulators are supporting it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you, Mr. Sami. Thank you, Dr. Jssrf Reddy. I know you were busy and you were calling me a couple of times whether, how to go about. So again, once again, thank you. Now I invite our director, Dr. Subhash Malgan, to introduce our next speaker.
You have to unmute yourself.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, doctor.
Yes.
Okay. First of all, my pranams to His Holiness Shivratri Deshikendra Mahaswamiji for his guidance, and Dr. Suresh for organizing such a great event. We hear that there are at least 700 participants across the world. What a wonderful event. It's my distinct pleasure to introduce Dr. Surinder Singh. He has been a leader and an influential leader in the Indian scene in the biologics, vaccines, and the biopharmaceuticals. Dr. Surinder Singh joined the Jssrf Academy of Higher Education and Research in November 2019 as a Vice Chancellor. He took over the charge of the Drugs Control General of India in February 2008 and continued to work in the same capacity till November 2011. Dr. Surinder Singh was the director of National Institute of Biologicals, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare Government of India, which is the National Control Laboratory for testing of all biologics, including vaccines and biopharmaceuticals. Without further ado, Dr. Surinder Singh, it's a pleasure to have you.
You have to unmute yourself, Dr. Singh.
Thank you, Dr. Subhas, for the nice introduction. So, good evening to all of you. And at the outset, I would like to offer my respectful pranams to the lotus feet of His Holiness Swamiji, and my greetings to all of you. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, depending upon the various time zones you are in. We have heard in today's presentations the standard laying bodies, the manufacturers, the regulators. And now I think it's a time to see and to hear to the global agency, which basically is working in coordination with all the countries, like 194 members countries, to see to it that the diagnostics, the vaccines, and the therapeutics are available to all the people of the world, whether they are living in the developed countries, middle level income countries, or lower level income countries as such. But I would like to add over here that today's evening, it's a momentous occasion for all of us with regard to our Jssrf Research Foundation. Because what I personally feel, that with the blessings and the visionary leadership of His Holiness Swamiji, and the guidance and the mentorship of our very able leader, Dr. B. Suresh, who is our Pro-Chancellor, and whom you all know very well, I think this Jssrf Research Foundation from today onwards is poised to establish its credential at the global level like the other Jssrf institutions. Though it's a humble beginning, but today I think we are launching on a momentous journey. And I think this will be one of the glorious journeys of this foundation. All big events and all big journeys, thousands of miles of journey, start with the first step. And I think this is the first step towards the glory of this research foundation at the global level. Now, with these words, I take you through the very important role which is being played by one of the most important agency at the global level, which has all the countries of the world and its members. That is almost 194 member countries are there. And what it is doing in its own way for seeing that people all over the world, they get the diagnostics, they get the therapeutics, and they get the vaccines which are required to fight this COVID-19 pandemic. So I'll take you through my presentation. Just give me a moment. So my presentation would be COVID-19 vaccine, WHO perspective, and what WHO has been doing to see to it that this vaccine is available to a large section of the population across, whether it's lower income countries, middle income, or the developed world. It's not going the next. Yeah. So my presentation, I have divided into 4 headings: WHO R&D blueprint, R&D blueprint and COVID-19 vaccine, highlights of WHO activities, vaccine candidates which are presently in phase 3, and WHO COVAX initiative, I think, which we have heard from speaker after speaker. Now, what is this WHO R&D blueprint? When there was a Ebola pandemic, epidemic in the Central African countries, the 194 countries, which are the member states, they came together and they implored upon WHO that it should take an initiative to come out with the R&D blueprint to be enabling the various countries in the world to be able to grapple or to meet the challenges which are posed by the diseases or by the epidemics or the pandemics for which there are no countermeasures available. And the very fact of this R&D blueprint after 2015, when it was designed and it was ultimately approved by World Health Assembly in 2016, is to evolve a global strategy and a preparedness that allows the rapid activation of R&D activities across epidemic. And the objective is for this R&D blueprint is to fast track the availability of effective tests, vaccines, and medicines that can be used to save lives and avert large-scale crises. And WHO since 2015 has been maintaining the list of the various diseases for which it needs to be geared up from time to time. And every year WHO meets and this list is revised. Now, which are the priority diseases which are there in this? And there are 10 diseases which are kept in this list. And this list undergoes revision year after year by its expert committee. Now, this year, COVID-19 is at the top, followed by Crimean Congo hemorrhagic fever, Ebola virus disease and Marburg virus disease, Lassa fever, Middle East respiratory disease syndrome coronavirus, SARS, Nipah and Happiness virus, and Rift Valley fever virus, Zika. And the most important and interesting thing is that in this list, there is the 10th disease, which is always called as the disease X, which we don't know. And like we didn't know that there would be a disease like corona, which would be coming and will be around the corner. And it is only on 31st December 2019 that WHO informed of a cluster of cases of pneumonia of unknown causes detected in Wuhan city, Hubei province of China. And the coronavirus disease COVID-19 was identified as the causative agent by Chinese authorities on 7 January 2020. And as a part of WHO's response to the outbreak, the R&D blueprint was activated to accelerate diagnostics, vaccines, and therapeutics for this novel coronavirus. And what does this blueprint, like it gives a timeline, the declaration of public health emergency of international concern. It is done on a day zero. From there onwards, the counting starts that by what date we will have the diagnostics, we'll have the therapeutics or the vaccines against this disease, which was not known before, and for which we never ever had any countermeasures available. And this, once this R&D blueprint is activated, then an environment is created at a global level where various stakeholders and the funding agencies, they come together and the scientific institutions come together to share the data, and they partner with each other to see that they can make a public health impact at the global level. Now, under this R&D blueprint, there are three main areas, A, B, C. A is improving coordination and fostering an enabling environment, under which again there are three areas, that is effective governance and coordination framework is put at the global level and also at the national level, bringing about a transparent and aligned funding process so that without money, nothing moves. So the funds are channelized through proper manner to the scientific institutions which are involved in coming out with these diagnostics, therapeutics, and vaccines, and also encourage communication through the various scientific institutions and the stakeholders and the funding agencies which have come together to see to it that this pandemic is contained. Then B step is accelerating research and development processes. And this again, there are three areas: assessing epidemic threat, defining priorities which are to be done for this pathogen, developing R&D roadmap, and outlining regulatory and ethical pathways. Now, this step is very important, regulatory and ethical pathways, because none exists before this virus appears on the scene. So this becomes a very challenging area for the regulators world over, and also for the ethical committees to give approval to the diagnostics, for the various therapeutics, and for the vaccines. And C is developing new norms and standards adapted to the epidemic context. And we had our friends and colleagues from US Pharmacopoeia emphasizing on this issue, that supporting expansion of capacity to build adequate study designs, develop guidance and tools, and anticipating evidence needs to regulatory review and policy development. Because standard laying becomes a very, very challenging area, and there will always be public concern and apprehension in the mind of the general public about the various vaccines which might be coming into the market or various therapeutic options which are going to be tried. Some may, some may not work. And even the diagnostics also, we have seen during this COVID that we heard a lot of diagnostics and their names about it, but very few have been able to withstand the scrutiny in the market and the scientific scrutiny, and rest have just fizzled away. Now, there is a well-defined roadmap how to go about it. There are inputs, outputs, medium-term outcomes, long-term outcomes, and impact. Now, basically, it is to use the scientific expertise and leadership. These are the inputs with regard to the approaches which to be used, streamlining the R&D processes, and using cross-cutting, coordinating activities to bring the various stakeholders together. And this results in a coordinated and improved environment for research and development of new norms and standards which help in enabling the process of coming out with the molecules against the pathogens which were not known before, and also developing the regulatory pathway, how we should be basically going about approving the various these three tools, that is diagnostics, vaccines, and the therapeutics, so that these can be available in public health emergency. And long-term outcomes are that we get R&D responses to various public health emergencies, and we are basically coming to a situation where the things we are taking a shape where we are in a position or have a certain degree of confidence and the level where we feel that now we can basically handle this pandemic situation. And the impact it has, we already see that we had seen in state after state in our country also, and even globally also, that there has been a huge surge of cases. But gradually, there has been the decline in the morbidity and mortality, and the discharge rate also has increased substantially. And this we have seen in our own city of Mysore, in which we are at the moment. So a lot of lives are saved. Epidemic is basically contained. Many infections are prevented by taking simple measures like we are taking in COVID, is by wearing a mask, washing hands, and keeping a safe distance. And now everybody is expecting and hoping and having a lot of expectations that maybe in the first quarter of the next year, we might have vaccines available, at least for the frontline healthcare workers who are there and who are the ones who are what we call as the COVID warriors. Now, WHO basically, in operationalizing the blueprint, it has set up a steering group in which there are two WHO clusters. One is called as a HIS, another is FWC. Now, HIS is Health System and Innovation Cluster, and FWC is Family, Women and Children Cluster. And the third part of it is WHE, that is World Health Emergencies Program. Now, these all three together, they are taken together as a operationalizing the blueprint. And once this blueprint is operationalized, then under HIS, the priority pathogens, the regulatory pathways, the ethical pathways, and what we are looking is target product profile, that is TPPs, data sharing, then medical transfer agreements, monitoring, evaluation, financial administration, blueprint communication. For this, all guidelines are put in place. Because usually what happens is when there is a material transfer from one country to the another, the regulatory, the system gets into the way. And then there has to be a very clear-cut regulatory understanding that how we are allowing this material transfer from one country to another, because then what happens, the entire globe becomes the arena for testing these various products so that they can be available to the people in the various countries of the world in the shortest possible manner. Similarly, for this family, women and children cluster, there has to be a global coordination roadmap with regard to the clinical trial capacity. And we also have to see that the vaccine is available to this group also, especially the women and the children also, and they are not left out. And third is activating the World Health Emergencies Program, under which we develop R&D, WHO develops R&D plans during the outbreaks, and these are then shared with the various countries. Now, what has been of a really helpful during this R&D blueprint for COVID-19 is that over last several decades, a lot of lessons have been learned that how we should be gearing at the global level to meet the unprecedented challenges which are basically posed by any pandemic at the global level. And these have been very, very helpful even in COVID-19 also. And WHO made use of this in its R&D blueprint to accelerate availability of diagnostics, vaccines, and therapeutics. And this is a continuous process. As I said, from 2015 onwards, the WHO expert committee meets every year and takes stocks of the progress and the preparedness with regard to meeting the challenges of unforeseen circumstances. As I said, the number 10 is an X pathogen about which we don't know. So that has basically created awareness amongst all the leading scientific institutions in the globally, with that there has to be a preparedness and the diagnostic tools available and the strategies available for vaccines and therapeutics, which can be brought into the play at a very short point of time. And this blueprint, besides coming to the diagnostics and these vaccines availability, it has to coordinate the activities between the various scientists, global health professionals. And in this, the real challenge which I've seen with WHO, because I've been interacting with them, is that they make it a point that whenever these strategies are activated, they specifically emphasize that lower income countries and middle income countries, they should be part of it. Whenever the trial happens, whenever any diagnostic is to be tried, those countries should also be part of the effort by the developed world as such. And from 30th January 2020, on the recommendations of Emergency Committee, the WHO DG has declared the outbreak that it constitutes a public health emergency of international concern, because once this is done, the entire system gets activated. Now, if we see the various countries and the population which is there, as per million population, the number of cases which are happening globally, fortunately for us, what we find is that the number of cases are declining, and we are in the band of 501 to 1,000 cases per million population. But in other countries, the number is still more than 1,000 cases occurring per million population as such. Now, the WHO various activities and the highlights which are happening, because once the R&D blueprint is activated, then there is number of activities which gets channelized and initiated. That is in February 2020, COVID-19 Public Health Emergency International Concern Global Research and Innovation Forum that was activated. Then a coordinated global research roadmap was prepared in March 2020. Then by June 2020, feasibility and potential value and limitation of establishing a closely monitored challenge model for this COVID-19 various options, diagnostic, therapeutic, vaccines were prepared. And in COVID-19, target production profile for priority diagnostics and the support response for pandemic was basically the guidelines and the various the roadmaps, they were ready by 28 September 2020 as such. And other highlights which have been by the WHO during this time has been, which we all have read a lot about it, WHO solidarity trials, and there is always some issues associated with it. There are always concerns also about these trials also expressed by various quarters, but then this is done by WHO at a global level and involving the various stakeholders. Then a public statement for collaboration on COVID-19 vaccine development. This came out in April. Then in April again, there was a call for interest in engagement of vaccine trial sites in evaluation of COVID-19 vaccines. And in November, there was a SARS-CoV-2 antigen detecting rapid diagnostic implementing projects. So WHO is continuously getting engaged with the various stakeholders and seeing to it that there is expedition of, all the processes are expedited, and we are able to ensure that all these three, diagnostics, vaccines, and therapeutics, and the better quality of them, they are available to the population with the shortest possible time. The main challenge in the diagnostic is to cut down upon the testing time. At the same time, ensuring the reliability of the results also. That is the major challenge which is there. For the vaccines, it is ensuring their safety and efficacy of the vaccines. Because there will be, even if the vaccines come into the market, there will be still a segment of the population which will have a apprehension that these vaccines, as we heard speakers telling, that it takes about 6 to 10 years for a vaccine to come into the market. And when we are cutting down the time period to 1 to 1.5 years, there will always be concern in various quarters. Now, these are the issues which need to be addressed. But in the vaccine group, for WHO expert group, it has constituted about almost 7 groups. For group one is for viruses, reagents, and amino acids. Second is for animal models. Then third is for vaccine R&D for COVID-19 vaccines. Core protocol for vaccines against COVID-19. target profiles for COVID-19 vaccines, and last is vaccine prioritization for COVID-19. Now, there also have been periodic reports which have been brought by WHO. They might be with regard to cross-reactivity with other coronaviruses or with regard to prospects for evaluating this novel coronavirus, and for the clinical trials also prioritization. Then there are 3 periodic reports which have been brought about with animal models, and these are, as I see from the screen, are the number 4, 5, and 7. And also they have brought out periodic report with regard to summary progress made by WHO essays for vaccine group for experts. So what we see is that over last almost 11 months, WHO is very, very proactively involved and engaging with the various countries at the global level and trying to see to it that it also has risen to the occasion to see to it that it is not found wanting at level. Now, the various vaccine achievements which have been there right from 5th February down the line to till 12th of November is that the classes of candidate vaccines against MERS-CoV have been identified. Classes of candidates against this MERS and SARS coronavirus, they were basically decided upon and basically discussed and shared with the various stakeholders in the various countries. Then WHO target product profiles for COVID-19 vaccines, this was decided upon. Then criteria for COVID-19 vaccine prioritization. Then by May, an international randomized trial of candidate vaccines against COVID-19. Then global animal laboratory capacity to support vaccine and therapeutic evaluation. And last is now what we are hearing speaker after speaker is draft landscape of COVID-19 candidate vaccines. And what we will be seeing is that almost 48 vaccines, we heard the earlier speakers also telling us, they are in the various stages of clinical evaluation. Though I've not been able to cover all the vaccines, but what is very heartening to see from this chart is that even you see on this slide, many of the vaccines, they have reached the phase 3 trial. So that itself makes it very, very promising that we are just going to turn around the corner. Hopefully, these vaccines, they prove to be very effective. And we have been having success stories, which I will share with the subsequent slides. So in this also, you see quite a number of vaccines are going into the phase 3 trials, though I have not been able to cover all 48 just to save time on it. Now, these are the 3 ones which have made the global headlines and which we have been hearing very recently in all the 3 papers. And these are besides what the trials which are going in our country like Covaxin and Covishield, which are almost now nearing the phase 3 trials. And we hopefully might be having their presence in the market maybe in the first quarter of next year. And that's what we are hoping. But these vaccines which have already made a headline globally, that is with regard to Pfizer, where they say that their efficacy is almost, protection is 90%. Moderna comparing almost 95%. Sputnik, it was 92%, but there was a little apprehension earlier. But the Lancet study, it basically raised hope about it. And I think this vaccine is going to be tried in our country also. But the challenge with these all vaccines is the logistics. Ultra low temperatures are required for Pfizer vaccine. And similarly for Moderna also -20 and -18. These are going to be huge logistic challenges for lower and middle income countries. And I think in India is also such because of the logistics which are involved over there and the scale at which we will be requiring for the vaccine. Because for any vaccine to be accessible, getting a vaccine into the market is one thing, but there are 3 A's which in a country like India or in lower and middle income countries and even in the developed countries, 3 A's are very important. That is access to the vaccine, affordability to the vaccine, and availability of the vaccines. This is going to be challenged because production of vaccine is one, but as we heard speakers saying, there are logistics issues with regard to syringes, needles, cold storages, the transportation of the vaccine, and the last mile delivery and their competency to deliver it, that is the healthcare workers, their expertise. So we are going to watch it very keenly that what happens and how the last mile delivery is going to be handled. And we are optimistic because earlier also, I think we had many doomsayers saying that these things won't be possible in our country, like we could not eradicate polio. And we were very young. Then time we used to hear that smallpox could not be eradicated, but India has done it. So I feel very optimistic that by a concerted effort, both our manufacturers coming together, the governments at the state and center level coming together, and the civil society coming together, basically it requires a lot of involvement of the community leaders. Once the community leaders and the community gets involved, I think vaccine would have a wide acceptability. And this is what I was wondering at, that the number of the vaccine trials which are in our country is only 2. And I wanted to make it doubly sure. Maybe if some of the speakers can correct me also, because only we got 2 Indian vaccines by 2 Indian manufacturers. And I think both the speakers were there, Dr. Krishna Allah we heard, and Dr. Jadhav we heard. I think there are the vaccines under which, these are the 2 which are actually traveled. There are others vaccines, which I won't like to name, but they're already approved by DCGI, but the trials are not yet started in our country and are not rolled out. Whether they're going straight for phase 3 or they're going to first go to phase 2, then going to phase 3, but the trials are yet to start. But these 2 vaccines, they're almost now coming to the nearing of the phase 3 trials in our country. And we are very optimistic of it. And last, I come to the global initiative of WHO, that is WHO COVAX. This is basically ensuring global equitable access to COVID-19 vaccine. And COVAX is taken as a pillar of access to COVID-19 tool accelerator, that is ACT. And this ACT accelerator is taken as a groundbreaking global collaboration to accelerate the development, production, and equitable access. And as you were hearing that there are about 150 countries which are part of it, but I think Dr. Jadhav mentioned that all 194 member states have become a part of it. And I think that is very heartening, that this will also ensure that vaccine is available to all these countries. And this is being led by Gavi, and the coalition is for epidemic preparedness innovation and WHO, that is CEPI and WHO. And in this, what COVAX is going to offer? Doses for at least 20% of the 20% of the country's population, and it is going to be diverse and actively managed portfolio of vaccines. Vaccines will be delivered as soon as they're available, and this is going to end the acute phase of the pandemic and rebuild economies. How it is going to end the acute phase of the pandemic? It is expected then the vaccine coverage will reach a critical level. It will break the cycle of transmission, and that is very important, because once the cycle of transmission is broken and there is a herd immunity in the population, either by the vaccine or having their getting exposed, because in one of the states in our country where the trials have been done, it has been found that 20% of the population is having these are got antibodies in their serum. Now coming to the various stakeholders in COVID-19, this accelerator, COVID-19 tools accelerator, we have got, like, these are the various agencies like CEPI, UNITED, Welcome, Gavi, FIND, Global Fund, World Bank, and they are working with government, civil society, and industry to ensure that vaccines, therapeutics, the health systems, they are strengthened, and diagnostics, and access and allocation, these are all made as a reality. And WHO has also come out with 2 documents that how this should be prioritized, the allocation of the vaccine is to be prioritized, and they have come with the guidance that who should be getting this vaccine. And there has been basically this is high-level guidance globally on values and ethical consideration while deciding which population is to get vaccine. And a roadmap for prioritizing population for group against vaccine has also been spelled out in this document. The whole idea is that there should be fair allocation framework for seeing to it that almost all countries across the world, they have got an equitable share in these vaccines which are going to be produced. Now, last I come with a word of caution from the WHO DG himself. And this is, he said on just about a couple of days back, November 17th. Though we are talking about vaccines, we are placing too much of faith in the vaccines, but he has a word of caution. We may agree, we may not agree. But what he says is that vaccine alone will not be enough to end the COVID-19 pandemic. And this will only complement the other tools we have, not replace them. So I think this is one food for thought for today. I think this is a take-home message that are we going to place too much of trust and repose too much of confidence in the vaccine, or we are still going to see to it the other tools are also available with us besides vaccine to see that this pandemic is contained. And in the end, I would like to say that everyone has to be safe at the end of this pandemic, because then we can ensure that no one is safe until everyone is safe. And all this can be made and sure only if we all have got an access to the diagnostics, to the vaccines and the therapeutics. And this is a hospital, which is our mainstay of our JSS. That is JSS Hospital, where we have some of the trials of the vaccines also undergoing. And JSS, I think we feel it is because of our own credentials that we have been chosen by the government agencies to be partnering to ensure that safe, efficacious vaccine are available to the population within the country and also globally. Thank you all of you. And I especially thank Dr. B. Suresh and the JSS Research Foundation for giving me an opportunity and for inviting me to this program. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Surinder Singh, for enlightening us with the role of the WHO and the role it has played in especially in the current environment. It is very enlightening to know that you are one of the leading scientists and leaders in coordinating these efforts in India also. So I think the challenges that you outlined in the last couple of slides, I think, in terms of distributing to the vaccine to the countries, the haves and have-nots, and what do you expect really that the time frame for these other countries to be available, even though the development is taking place in just a few?
Yeah, see, this is like the initiative of COVAX is basically the Gavi and all these the stakeholders who have come together. I showed one slide where all these stakeholders are there and they're working with the various agencies. Their main effort would be that these vaccines are not only confined to the developed world or those countries which are making these vaccines. This COVAX initiative and the Gavi initiative would be that these vaccines are made accessible to the population in the lower middle and the middle income countries also as such. So that's why this initiative of COVAX becomes very, very important at the global level as such. Like we have been listening, we are working with the various agencies, like we've got US Pharmacopoeia, we've got our manufacturers, we've got our regulators. But when we all are a part of a globe and we keep on saying the whole globe is one family, so then it doesn't matter whether some person is in Rwanda or somebody is in US or somebody is in our Bhilwada, we are all one. So we have to ensure that as a humanity and WHO as such, where all 194 country members are there. So COVAX initiative is the one at the global level. And I showed you that there are the peripheral players, and in the center there is a government and there's a civil society. So they're all going to work together that these vaccines, therapeutics, diagnostics, they do reach the lower and middle income countries. And I have been a part of WHO R&D blueprint in 2016. So I know when we shortlisted the countries where some of the products to be taken up by the manufacturers and the funding agencies were also brought in, one of the issues which was very, very specifically, which we all emphasize, there are 15 of us shortlisted globally, look into this. And I was fortunate to be one of them representing my country. It was very emphatic that lower middle income country and middle income country representative institute should be part of these trials of whether it is diagnostics, whether it is vaccines, or it is any therapeutics. They should be partnered into it and they should have access to it. And then only then only that company will get WHO's concurrence to produce, and technology will be transferred to that company to get these products out. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your continued leadership.
Thank you, Dr. Jssrf Singh, for the wonderful presentation. And it's also a great pleasure and honor to have you with us at our university as the Vice Chancellor. I think you are giving entirely a different direction to our university. And I'm sure all the good initiatives that are happening globally, nationally, and even at our institution will be playing a small role towards ensuring the health and safety of the people and the humanity as such. Thank you very much. Thank you for joining us. I know you are the last speaker, but I can happily say that and perhaps that speaks about the quality of the speakers also. Even now we have got 400 plus people logged and listening actively to the thing. Of course, this video will be available afterwards also, but live watching is happening at 400 plus are still online and they are looking at the presentations. Thank you very much.
Sir, if I am given one word to say, I feel very, very fortunate to part of your team and to be a part of a leader, being led by a leader like you. Thank you, sir.
I think we are in, I would like to take a moment, if all the directors permit, that I think it was indeed a very, very fortunate for us to have all the speakers coming in and giving their input so extremely well. It is like just like a story, starting with standards and going with, starting with vision by Ron and then going with standards and then talking about actual processes and then coming to looking at the regulatory and finally talk about reaching out to people. I think it was a very well put story together, but when we planned, I think it was not like that. But I think all the speakers seem to have had that intuition that how this should go about, and they have put it very well. So thank you very much. Thanks to all the speakers from my personal side for responding to my request and doing it. Thank you very much. And thanks to the directors also. Sorry, Murthy, I took a little bit of your role, but I thought personally I should thank also. Thank you very much.
Thank you, doctors. Thank you, Dr. Singh. I hope you're back after a small vacation and this was your immediate task. Thank you once again. And now I request Dr. Vishakanta Murthy, our director, to give the vote of thanks.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Anna. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon. I know there are various people from various time zones. And to begin with, I feel blessed to be a part of this team, and my sincere pranams to His Holiness Shri Shivaratri Deshikendra Mahaswamiji. These things wouldn't have been possible without his leadership, vision, blessings, and guidance. And he has been the strength for us all, young people here. We want to do things, but without his support and guidance, this wouldn't be a possibility. So I truly feel very blessed to be under his guidance and the guidance of all directors here. Outside of this busy schedule, he was able to take some time and come to the event and participate and give us his words of blessings and wisdom. And I sincerely hope that we as a team within the foundation and all the speakers who participated in this event will be able to fulfill this vision and dream and service to humanity as such. And secondly, I would like to thank Dr. Suresh Bojraj, who has been a leader, who has been a father figure to me personally. And he is a well-known personality all over India and all over the globe as well, and is a very fond leader. And I truly appreciate his leadership, vision, and commitment to make this foundation happen, to have these activities move forward. And without his support, I don't think we would have come this far. And I sincerely thank him as well. And, coming to the speakers, within a short amount of time, I think we were very fortunate to have world leaders come aboard, accept our invitation and deliver outstanding, enlightening talks. And just to summarize, Dr. Pirvananzi and Dr. Venema from US Pharmacopoeia, they gave us a global status of vaccine and leadership that they're providing from US Pharmacopoeia and the logistical challenges. And irrespective of all that, the hope that we have in terms of reaching out to a global population, nearly 4 billion, it's outstanding. And speaking about Dr. Jadhav from Serum Institute and Dr. Ella from Bharat Biotech, they truly justified that, from Indian perspective, we truly are leaders. We are living up to the challenge where, we are going to deliver, and the whole world is actually looking at us with our capacities as such in, developing these vaccines and kind of meeting the demand. So it's number game at the end of the day. And I'm really proud on how they presented India, how we are at the forefront, and how we are, number one in creating a BSL-2 facility, or number one in creating, a roadmap to distribute these vaccines, especially into reaching out to poor and developing countries. Obviously, developed nations like United States or Canada or Europe, they can afford. But ultimately, we represent Indian culture, Indian dominance of reaching out to the poor and the needy. And the message that was given out by Dr. Jadhav and Dr. Reddy was really outstanding. And CSO or DCGI Director, Dr. Reddy, I'm very thankful for him to give us the practical aspects of vaccine development. And also it was nice to hear that our media and the government, they are so vigilant about the process. Now they are so learned about the process, and they're actively participating in benefiting the, not only Indian community, but also people in need overall all over the world. So finally, our own Dr. Surinder Singh is an experienced leader. He's our guide now for Jssrf Academy of Higher Education and Research, and I have had the pleasure to meet him personally. So, and thanks a lot to him for giving us the overview of WHO activities, R&D, and blueprints that we can, look forward to. And overall, I think all the speakers justified the vision that we have through our foundation. And finally, I would like to thank my fellow directors all above, Dr. Malgan, Dr. Kumar, Dr. Govindasamy, and Mr. Sami and Mr. Badri here. So Dr. Madhevappa is missing on board, but I really thank him for his efforts and support. And finally, I would like to offer a special thank you note to Mr. Badrinath and Mr. Sami Shanmugam for picking up the sponsorship. They basically took up all the efforts from their respective companies, Novitium and Inward Pharmacy. And without their financial support, we couldn't have made this event as successful as it is now. And not the least, I would like to thank same global team, especially Ms. Anita Niranjan and Mr. Gautam. They have been tremendously involved in developing this website and reaching out to all the participants that participated. And finally, I'm really overwhelmed with the support that we received from the participants. We nearly had 1,100 registrations representing 25 countries. And I've been monitoring how many people have been actually viewing our presentation. So it's ranged from 800, and now I believe it's close to 500. And I hope they are listening to me as well. So anyways, with all this, I sincerely thank everyone who participated on this team. And as you understand, this is from JSS, we have a legacy of 1,000 years, and we have been delivering in the best interest of humanity. And we wish, on behalf of directors and behalf of JSS, I request all the participants, alumni, and supporters to generously support us so that we can take India to the next level. So as you can see, we are to deliver more. And with this, I thank you all, and stay safe, stay blessed. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Moti. All right.
Thank you, everyone who is wishing people a very good day, a very good evening, and a good night. We will be back with you with many more programs in the future. So keep logged in, look up our website, and be connected. Thank you so much.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all again for.
Thank you very much. It's a wonderful time.
Thank you very much. So I think it's just a beginning. I think there's a long way for all of us to go, and we should look at many more exciting events and activities from the JSS Research Foundation. This is just the beginning. Let's keep supporting all the initiatives that have been listed out at our website. And we request all delegates to reach out to us, go to our website, see how we can support you, and reach out to us with your suggestions and your inputs. We will be there to support and take it forward. Thank you very much. And thank you again, Anita and Sim Global, for making this happen.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you so much.
Bye and good night. Thank you and good night all again.